never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. At least 25 people are dead and more than 85 injured following a train collision in northern Greece. A passenger train carrying more than 350 people collided with a freight train Tuesday night near the city of Larissa. Following the early February toxic train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, the town saw another visit from EPA Administrator Michael Regan on Tuesday. He emphasized that one thing must rule the day.
We have to believe in science.
Regan said while he wants to calm residents' concerns, the EPA wants to keep resources to what its research points to as the highest threats to the community. He emphasized the EPA's focus is proving positive results to the public. Lawyers for the Biden administration say student loan borrowers who brought a case Tuesday before the U.S. Supreme Court are not seeking relief that could actually help them personally.
Under the Education Act, no decision has been made, and so they haven't been deprived of any procedure associated.
During oral arguments, justices questioned the administration's methods of determining who would benefit from a $400 billion student loan forgiveness program. A ruling on the cases is not expected until June. When it comes to any potential debt ceiling talks, one prominent Republican is saying, hands off the defense budget.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell says defense spending cuts should not be part of any negotiations to raise the debt ceiling. McConnell warning his fellow Republicans that threats against the U.S. are real and growing.
The defense budget ought to reflect the nature of the threat. We have not only Russia and Ukraine, which we've generally done in supplementals, but we have the ongoing challenge of meeting China in the future.
McConnell went on to say the discussion should actually be about raising the defense budget. House Republicans have said they won't raise the debt limit unless there are cuts.
Correspondent John Schaefer, this is USA News.
As a dentist, I know what my patients are saying during times when they really can't speak.
Mm-hmm.
She says her gums are irritated.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you can do? Absolutely. You can try New Crest Advanced Gum Restore.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, New Crest Advanced Gum Restore. It detoxifies below the gum line to restore your gums back to health in just 7 days.
Oh,
Exactly. Healthy gums, healthy mouth.
New Crest Advanced Gum Restore. Healthy, beautiful smiles for life. Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229, 800-734-1229.
The defense is resting its case in the Alex Murdaugh double murder trial after introducing a new theory. Murdaugh was a high-profile attorney worth over $1 million who's now accused of murdering his wife Maggie and son Paul in 2021. A defense expert says he thinks 2 different shooters killed the disgraced attorney's wife and son. Meantime, the judge agreed to let jurors visit the Murdaugh family property where his wife and son were killed. That visit will happen when prosecutors are done with their reply case this week. One top Democrat says Norfolk Southern Railway has questions to answer before the American public, perhaps even before Congress. Speaking to reporters Tuesday, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer criticized the rail industry for what happened in the Trump administration.
But rail companies spent years pushing the federal government, particularly the Trump administration, to repeal the safety standards intended to prevent accidents like the one that happened in Ohio.
Schumer has asked the head of the rail company to answer questions on the disaster before a Senate panel, and he's yet to respond. A panel of FDA advisors is endorsing the nation's first RSV vaccine for older folks. The committee voted Tuesday in favor of recommending a Pfizer shot for adults 60 years old and up. Pfizer says the single-dose shot was shown to reduce the risk of illness from the virus, RSV, by as much as 86%. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel.
You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Well, thank you very much. How about that? Everybody ready to roll? Or maybe we should say ready to rumble. Now you can catch us live on Rumble. Hopefully everything's back up in running order again tonight. We were back live last evening, so more opportunities. Welcome aboard. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Here we find ourselves in the secret bunker as we will close out the month of February. Seeing as our home base is in the Eastern Time Zone, yeah, my computer says March 1. Progressively, we'll make our way into the new month, the new day, Mike, hump day. Yeah, midweek coming on here. So the countdown clock ticks. Mid-America Truck Show. And we've got our contest up and running. I can officially pass the word your way. We're teamed up once again with Bostrom. Going to do our seat giveaway. You can go to overnightdriveradio.com. I've shared the link. It's on the Hot Shot Secret webpage. I shared via my Facebook page. I'm sure it's on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive Facebook. But yeah, simply go to overnightdriveradio.com. You'll see the Mid-America Truck Show giveaway there. For 2023, I'm looking at the countdown clock here. 31 days, 13 hours, 50 minutes. We'll have not one, not two, but 3 winners. So getting excited about the Mid-America Truck Show going big this year. And our friends at Bostrom want you to get excited as well. As I said, 3 will win a Bostrom Wide Ride Core truck seat. We'll have 2 of the, these will be the Wide Ride. We'll have the black and gray color scheme, the ultra leather, high profile seat. Got the smart seat valve, the dual 16-inch armrests. It's a high back seat. And we'll have one of the color scheme. It'll be the gray Madura cloth, high profile seat. Again, dual 16-inch armrests, high back. Yeah, so just download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive app. You can do that. You can get more than one entry as well. The more entries, the better your chances of winning. You can get additional entries for subscribing or liking our social media pages, sharing on other social media outlets. OvernightDriveRadio.com. There you go. We'll have those seats with us there at the booth. A matter of fact, I'll be sitting in one, and our guests will be sitting in the other seats. So you'll get a first-hand look. For the winners there in Louisville at the actual show, I believe we'll have 2 winners there. You can actually take the seats home with you if you've got the ability. If you don't have the ability to load it up, they will ship it to you. And the one winner, of course, via the online, because not everyone can make it to Louisville. You know, if you live in Salt Lake City, probably not going to be making it this year, right? So everybody can register at overnightdriveradio.com. Welcome in, welcome aboard. We'll check in with some of our listening friends via Facebook coming up here. Well, indeed, it took to the final days of February, but the snow shovels finally needed in New York City and other parts of the I-95 corridor. Several inches of snow across the Northeast. Monday night and through the day Tuesday. It was not a storm for the record books in terms of huge snow, but yes, finally a decent measurable snow. It was plowable snow from northern New Jersey all the way to southern Maine. Wet snow weighing down the tree branches, kind of a mess on the roads along that I-95 corridor. Video out of New York City showing the wet snow covering the sidewalks, the cars, the crews working to keep those roadways clear. The New York Department of Sanitation said, hey, New Yorkers, you may have forgotten how to handle snow this winter, but New York's strongest have not. The salt spreaders have been out all night, working to address the streets and the bike lanes throughout the day. Elsewhere, the Department of Transportation was pretty much working round the clock, getting those roads clear for the morning commute there on Tuesday. The Massachusetts Department of Transportation actually issued a speed restriction along I-90 from the New York State border to just west of Springfield this past morning. Slippery road conditions. Of course, major airports in the Northeast. Lots of delays and cancellations this past day. LaGuardia Airport in New York City accounting for the most of the cancellations with more than 160 canceled flights. Boston's Logan International, JFK International, and Newark's Liberty all reporting significant delays and cancellations this past day as well. Yeah, hundreds of delays. Looks like the highest snowfall total came in from West Greenwich, Rhode Island. 8.3 inches there. That's right there toward the Rhode Island-Connecticut border, south of Providence. All right, that storm has exited off to the east, so it's a quiet night in the Northeast tonight. And still some lingering snow up into parts of Maine, but the bulk of the system out of here. And we look further to the west. We've got some snow falling tonight, parts of Wisconsin, Minnesota. Winter storm warnings, as a matter of fact, in parts of central and eastern North Dakota. Meanwhile, the heart of the country, a very quiet night. Our next storm comes ashore, way out west, bringing more rains and mountain snow to California. Rains from San Francisco, just south of San Francisco, all the way down to Los Angeles tonight. Now, this is the system that's going to sweep across the southern Rockies and kind of reinvigorate, bringing with it the threat for another round of severe weather. We've already seen damaging storms, destructive tornadoes across the south central states early this week. Another round will be coming your way for the latter portions of the week. The next round of severe weather will once again threaten from Texas to Ohio. Residents further east, like southern Virginia and the Carolinas, may also be at risk this time around. This new storm developing in the central states this week will bring more severe weather. The clash of the cold and the warm is likely to produce what they're describing as a blockbuster storm that will trigger both a zone of heavy snow on the north and an area of severe thunderstorms to the south. The warm Gulf moisture flowing northward into this storm will help create that dynamic situation for the southern states for the second half of the week. It all begins later today, Wednesday. Gusty thunderstorms erupting from northeastern Texas to central Tennessee. While severe storms may be isolated compared to some recent events, there could still be some stronger winds, hail, and maybe even a tornado. It's not going to end Wednesday night in this area. The parent storm is going to be a slow mover through midweek, allowing for the same area to threaten severe weather for a couple days in a row. From Little Rock, Arkansas to Memphis, Tennessee, you could have yet another severe weather day coming your way. The severe thunderstorm outbreak Thursday and Thursday night looks to be the most widespread of what's going to ultimately be a 3-day event. Thunderstorms will ignite near the I-35 corridor before quickly moving east through the day and into the night Thursday night, where we'll be looking at a widespread risk for destructive winds, hail, and tornadoes. Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, western portions of Alabama and Tennessee look to be kind of the bullseye zone Thursday into Thursday night. Strong storms continue even into Friday as the storm shifts into the Ohio Valley. Areas from I-10 all the way to the Ohio River may experience some damaging winds and maybe a brief tornado. Now, from northeast Texas to the Ohio Valley to the central Appalachians, all going to be at risk for drenching rain and thunderstorms. Several inches of rain for some of our big cities from St. Louis to Nashville to Indianapolis. So again, we'll be looking at more travel delays. Now, parts of this region have had exceptionally wet conditions as of late. Little Rock, for example, over 7.5 inches of rain in February. I mean, we're talking like 200% of the historical average for that month. And with all that rain already having fallen, it'll take much less rainfall to produce some flooding and topple trees. All right, so another active few days beginning here later today. Hump Day coming our way. Debbie, first out of the box in southern Montana tonight. 23 degrees. Well, that doesn't sound all too bad. It's a lot better than 3 below, right? Roads are pretty much dry. Put the hammer down. Enjoy the ride. Thank you so much, Debbie. Hello from the Michigan Madman. Philly Dan. There he is. Philly Dan is on board. Lori Lightfoot. Done. Yes. The big story out of Chicago. Yeah, drivers keep on humping, says Philly Dan. But yeah, Lori Lightfoot. Apparently, even the leftist liberals in Chicago have finally had enough. Too much crime and violence in the streets. Paul Vallas and Brandon Johnson will be the two to meet in the runoff to be the next mayor of Chicago. Voters this past day denying Lori Lightfoot a second term. Yeah, kind of a rebuke to a leader who made history as head of the nation's third largest city. Who are the other two? Vallas is a former school CEO backed by the police union. Johnson is a Cook County commissioner endorsed by the Chicago Teachers Union. They advanced to the April 4th runoff after none of the 9 candidates was able to secure over 50% of the vote to win outright. Of course, Lori Lightfoot, the first black woman and first openly gay person to lead the city, won her first term in 2019 after promising to end decades of corruption and backroom deals at City Hall. Opponents blaming Lightfoot for what has been undoubtedly a dramatic increase in crime, criticizing her as being a very divisive, overly contentious leader. She's the first elected Chicago mayor to lose a re-election bid since 1983, when Jane Byrne, the city's first female mayor, lost her Democratic primary. Speaking to supporters Tuesday night, Lightfoot called being Chicago's mayor the honor of a lifetime. Regardless of tonight's outcome, we fought the fight. We put this city on a better path. Well, it depends on what you're looking at there, Loy. She told her fellow mayors around the country not to fear being bold. At his victory party, Vallas noted that Lightfoot had called to congratulate him and asked the crowd to give her a round of applause. In a nod to his campaign promise to combat crime, he said that if elected, he would work to address public safety issues. We will have a safe Chicago. We'll make Chicago the safest city in America. I mean, big promises, but actions speak louder than words, right? It's going to be quite the task for whoever becomes mayor. Now, there's a dramatic difference between these two that will meet in the runoff. Vallas served as an advisor to the Fraternal Order of Police during their negotiations with the Lightfoot administration. He calls for adding hundreds of police officers to patrol the city, saying crime is out of control, morale among the officers has sunk to an all-time low under Lori Lightfoot. Now, his opponents criticize him as too conservative to lead the Democratic stronghold. Lightfoot blasted him for welcoming support from the police unions. Now, Johnson received about $1 million from the Chicago Teachers Union for his campaign had support from several other progressive organizations, including United Working Families. The former teacher and union organizer argues that the answer to addressing crime is not more money for police, but more investment in the likes of mental health, education, jobs, and affordable housing. He was accused by rivals like Lightfoot of wanting to defund the police. So as I said, it's almost a night and day difference between these two. One wanting to add more law enforcement, the other, with a different approach to mental health. It's be interesting to see how that turns out. But Lori Lightfoot, exit stage left. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, that's pretty simple to do. And Sylvester says, let's go, folks. If you haven't called in before, why don't you? Yeah, why don't you? Thank you very much. Good to have you with us there, Sylvester. In the land out under, Gunslinger is on board. Roadmaster checks in from Chillicothe, Ohio. Morning, Roadmaster. Hello to Marianne. Good morning to the Overnight family. Happy Hump Day. Roy is on board once again from Northwest Illinois. 42 degrees tonight. All right, Joe Self, hey there. Good morning, Steve, all the Overnight listeners. 37 degrees here. 41 in Harrison, Ohio. Pappy. Clear skies, stars are shining bright. It's March, nocturnal listeners. Let it roll. Hammer down and be safe out there. All right, Joe's checking in from Winchester, Virginia, by the way. Happy Hump Day, everybody. Stay safe. All right. Amazing day in Terrigal, New South Wales, Australia. Perfect day. 82 degrees. Beautiful blue skies. 2 weeks from now, we'll be 5 hours into our flight on a Qantas Jumbo on our way to L.A. Can't wait to see everybody at the Mid-America Truck Show. Just over 4 weeks away. Yes, indeed. Good afternoon, says Larry. Hammer down. Be safe. Roads are clean so far. Fishkill, New York, 87 north at this hour. Well, there's Lauren Weiss. Hadn't heard from you in a few days. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion, bull hauler. Morning, Steve, 49 degrees in Oakwood, Illinois. Taking the night off after a high-speed trip out of the Tar Heel. Gilligan, I missed you on Fancy Gap. Maybe next time, driver. A very special one-night shout-out to Brother Rambler, from Parks Livestock World Headquarters tonight. All right. Good morning to the Overnight Drive family. Everybody stay safe. March 1. Spring is knocking on the door. It was great to hear from Lone Ranger last night. Thank you so much. Good to have you with us, Mike. Samantha says, good morning, Steve. Watching you at our home 20 in South Dakota. Everyone out there, please stay safe. And Steve, have another great show. Thank you much. All right, enjoy the night off there. Norman, checking in from North Central Kansas. Got the coffee boiling before getting ready to head north to Nebraska. Another load of scrap loaded. Good morning, everybody. All right, let's see. Jeff says, Hoosier Scale House, Michigan City. I'm catching a nap. Okay, at the Scale House. Rockpick. Good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Checking in from Rochester, New York. Cloudy skies. Feels like 27. Happy hump day. Happy garbage day. I'm up late doing some spring cleaning tonight. Thank you to the truck drivers. Everybody stay safe and enjoy. There you go. All right, Beetlejuice is done. Yeah, the Pappy Beetlejuice, Lori Lightfoot. Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. Shout out to Malibu Lauren Weiss. All right, more to come after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Democrats are calling on the CEO of Norfolk Southern to testify before Congress following the toxic train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio.
Norfolk Southern, you've broken your trust with the American people. The American people, and of course the people of East Palestine, deserve answers.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said rail companies worked with the Trump administration to roll back safety standards while raking in large profits and laying off workers. Mississippi is the latest state to ban gender-affirming treatments for transgender youth.
No child in Mississippi will have these drugs or surgeries pushed upon them. This stops today. We are taking a stand.
Republican Governor Tate Reeves signed the bill into law Tuesday, saying there's a dangerous movement spreading across America. The measure prohibits gender transition procedures for anyone under the age of 18. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, lines are open. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. All right, who else we got checking in? Let's go through a couple of additional friends here. Hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from Pulaski, Georgia. 62 degrees, about 2 hours from my delivery, then headed back to Ackworth. Yes, Beetlejuice is out. Good news for Chicago. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Hello to Miss Millie. Good to have you on board. Great day, yes, for Chicago, she says. All right, to catch on the news break there, I mean, some still trying to push the narrative that Trump's at fault for the train derailment in East Palestine. Yeah, the likes of CNN, your typical characters, MSNBC, have all been pushing this narrative. I've shared several times that is not the case. The actual fact check. Let's take you to CNN, where Jennifer Homendy, who is the chairwoman of the National Transportation Safety Board, made it clear late last week that this narrative about Trump is all bark, no bite. The claim is that Trump bears responsibility because his administration rolled back regulations that critics now say would have prevented the derailment and the subsequent environmental disaster. Specifically, critics say that electronically controlled pneumatic brakes could have prevented this derailment. The Obama administration issued the rule. It was rolled back under Trump. The chairwoman of the National Transportation Safety Board, went on CNN with anchor Jake Tapper, saying unequivocally ECP brakes would not have prevented this derailment. The NTSB has looked at electronically controlled pneumatic braking for a number of years, and we did some testing as well. Yes, certainly it would improve safety, but for this investigation and this derailment, ECP brakes would not have prevented the derailment. The wheel bearing failed on car number 23, even with ECP brakes. This derailment would have occurred, she explains. Tapper tried to follow up by asking, is any obvious rule change that would have prevented the derailment? But again, critics of Trump would be disappointed in Homendy's answer. She told Tapper it's too early to tell. In our analysis phase of the investigation, we'll look at that. Yeah, we'll look at what could maybe have prevented this tragedy. It could be regulation changes. It could be recommendations to Norfolk Southern, to the Department of Transportation, or to railcar manufacturers or emergency responders. It is true. Under Trump, the DOT withdrew the rule on ECP brakes for trains. However, that happened only after intervention from Congress. That withdrawal stemmed from intervention by Congress, which required regulators to put the rule through a more stringent cost-benefit analysis after the Obama administration had issued the regulation. The rule ultimately failed that analysis. Now, keep in mind, who was in control under Trump? The Democrat Party of Congress. Now, last week, she first explained why ECP brakes and the withdrawn rule would not have prevented the derailment anyway. As we've shared several times, it would have applied only to high-hazard flammable trains. This was a mixed freight train containing only 3 placarded Class 3 flammable liquid cars. Even if the rule had gone into effect or was still in effect, this train would not have had ECP brakes. So even being explained on CNN. Yesterday, the Washington Post, yes, the left-leaning liberal Washington Post, explained the same. As they continue, the Biden administration continues to try to put the heat on Trump for this. The Washington Post's fact checker said the narrative is completely false. The fact check, so far, Trump's rollback of regulations cannot be blamed for Ohio's train wreck. Analyzing the different regulations that Biden's defenders say makes Trump responsible. From our analysis at the Washington Post, none of the regulatory changes made during the Trump administration at this point can be cited as contributing to this accident. He explained everything that was changed under Trump. Yeah, you had the brake inspections. There's no determination yet that the braking system played any sort of a role in the accident. It was an overheated wheel bearing. As far as the 2-member crew mandate, the derailed train had 3 crew members on board. The 149 car train that derailed had 2 crew members plus a trainee on board. As far as track inspections, the track was inspected and found to have no problems. The National Transportation Safety Board inspected the tracks. Preliminary report makes no mention of any problems there. The other regulation change under Trump, the ethylene oxide, proposed regulations not adopted by the Trump administration would not have applied in this case. The rule concerned emissions by chemical plants, not the synthetic chemical released in the accident. Every rule, every regulation, anything that changed under Trump had nothing to do. So the left can stop that narrative of trying to blame Trump. How about you look at the true narrative of the lackadaisical response from the current administration? I think Buttigieg came out yesterday and said something along the lines of, if the president went there to East Palestine, it would be disruptive. It would disrupt things. So we can't put him in that situation. Well, hell, Donald Trump was there last week. Granted, he is not the current president, but he's still got Secret Service protection. I don't think things were all that disrupted when he visited. For what it's worth, our number, 844-844-3388. Cue Ball checks in. What's going on?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Yeah, I've been paying attention to this whole thing with this train wreck in East Palestine, Ohio. There's a lot of similarities if you know any history. You ever hear of a place called Centralia, Pennsylvania?
Someone called about that last week, which that's now like a Superfund cleanup site or something.
I don't even know what it is nowadays. The town isn't there anymore, but it's amazing how the federal government just kind of pretended it didn't exist, that this fire didn't happen. And now the town doesn't exist anymore.
Yep.
Now, Centralia was a mine fire. The town accidentally set a coal vein on fire underneath the town, and nobody paid any attention to it. Some kid fell in a hole and got burned by the heat coming out of the hole. So I remember when I was a kid seeing the smokestacks everywhere because we went over there one time. And I'm wondering if this isn't a situation where that town is going to, I'm not going to say not be there anymore, but basically turn into something that wish it wasn't ever there. You know, this whole thing makes, actually it does make sense. You just have to watch where to look. You know, if you watch the news, even Fox News, and they go over and over, say the same thing over and over and over again all day. But every now and again, there's a couple people that they talk to, that once they say something that makes sense, you never hear from them anymore. So after the train wreck and the ensuing fire, this one firefighter that's from the area, the hazmat specialist, was explaining that they kept hose teams on the cars that later they burned to keep the cars cool while putting out the remaining of the fire. They then took those hose teams off and was worried about these cars, heating up too much. So the answer was to blow this thing up, to create a release and blow them. Now, here's what I don't understand, Steve. If any of us truck drivers out here wreck a truck, I don't care which trucking company you're with, the trucking company doesn't determine how that wreck is removed, or let's say if it was a tanker truck, to try to keep it in the same genre. The trucking company doesn't get to dictate how that gets removed. The DOT does. So how come Norfolk Southern gets to determine how you're going to pull this up? The other thing, too, I noticed on all the footage of them redoing the track and taking care of the cars, some of you people that follow railroading might understand this. Where was R.J. Corman? I noticed you don't see a single red R.J. Corman truck anywhere near that thing. I wonder why. I'm starting to wonder if R.J. Corman wasn't smart enough to realize, we're not touching this the way you want it done. We're out. Because normally they're the guys you see fixing train wrecks.
Really?
And in Ohio. I think they're based out of Ohio, now I think about it. Or Kentucky, I'm not sure. But they're close enough. But R.J. Corman wasn't involved because Norfolk Southern wanted it done one way. Why? Well, if you pay attention to the video as they started playing it, the wreckage is still there. But there's new track, all new ballast. Everything's fixed. The double track main line, which was shut down, is repaired. They had rail traffic running up and down that line long before they fixed anything. That's all or cleaned up anything. They just bulldozed those cars out of the lane, got their railroad back running. Norfolk Southern wanted that thing cleaned up real fast. So the answer they come up with, burn it. Not drill holes in the tanks after you put the fire out, keep them cool, and drain them. That takes too long. How many millions of dollars they lose on a double-track main line being down every day? So again, I got to ask, how come Norfolk Southern gets to decide how to clean that up? Where's the government? Where's the regulators?
Well, supposedly, everything that Norfolk Southern is doing, they had to lay out their plan of what they were going to do step by step and submit it to the EPA. And supposedly the EPA is signing off, yay or nay on the plan.
You mean to explain? I mean, this doesn't pass the smell test, Steve. You mean to tell me the EPA thought it was a good idea to burn all that chemical off? I mean, am I really expected to believe that nonsense? You know, a friend of mine down in Tennessee called your radio show, Tim Gentry. When he had that fire at his shop, the EPA was there the next day worried about the diesel that was in his shop or oil that was in his shop after the fire, and he had to scrape his driveway. to get rid of the dirt from the oil that was in the ground in his driveway after his shop burned down. You mean to tell me that same EPA said it was a good idea? Yeah, just write it off. Don't worry about it. I don't buy that for a minute. I mean, EPA may have said, okay, sure, no problem. After Norfolk Southern put a fat check in someone's pocket, envelope of cash or something. Look into campaign contributions. Who runs the EPA? Come on. It doesn't make any sense to me. Norfolk Southern wanted that rail back in a bad way, and they were able to buy off or control the government in order to make it done the way they wanted it done. Plain and simple. Go light off well, you're in Ohio, Steve. Go out in some field and light a tire on fire. See what happens to you. One tire. See what happens. I dare you. But light a whole 10, 12 rail cars of whatever the heck. Yeah, I don't think that's a smart move.
Their narrative was that the one car in particular was getting to the point of catastrophic failure. If it were to have exploded, all the chemical was still going to burn, regardless. But it was an explosion would have sent those 30,000. I don't know how many gallons were on that car, would have spread it out, blown it everywhere. So they felt is confining it into a smaller area, dig a ditch right there, and let it run into the ditch and burn it in that one location was the better plan.
You couldn't put water. They couldn't put. In other words, this stuff doesn't just generate heat on its own. There's a fire, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get close enough to it to put it in that trench to burn it, but you can't get a hose team on it to keep that fire off that car, to keep it cool. The guy said, the firefighter said, they were told, take the hose teams away. They were keeping them cars cool. They were told, get away from it.
And I wonder if that might have been because the temperature of the car was getting to the point where the explosion was almost imminent and they didn't want the hose teams anywhere nearby. Horsfeather's kind of explained when the cars first derailed, the chemicals in the rail car are pretty much, whatever capacity is. The fire was heating. You can see in the video they were venting. The chemicals were venting and burning.
Right.
As the chemical burns, the lower the level in the tank gets, the higher the pressure gets with the vaporized gas that's in there. And so the lesser amount of actual chemical that's in there, I guess the more pressure and likelihood of an explosion is to occur.
I still don't think that was a smart idea to burn it like that. And then you still got everything else in the dirt, in the ground, and then everybody pretending that everything's okay, drink the water, people's animals dying.
Yeah.
It's just, it doesn't make, to me, you just look at the situation, it just doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not an expert on the one particular chemical and it's one particular tank car that they're talking about. It just, for me, it doesn't make any sense to blow it up rather than just put the fire out and keep water on the stuff you want to keep cool while you're putting out the remainder of the fire. That to me makes the most sense. But Norfolk Southern, before they, that's what explains it all. Before the wreck was even dealt with, they had the track open. What does that tell you about priorities? They have to rip all that stuff up anyway, supposedly not have ripped it to get the dirt out.
Correct. They did have the rail. They did have the rail line back up and running, and that supposedly that's when the EPA went in and said, "Hey, you got to clear all this dirt out of here. You got to take up the tracks," and so that's what they're doing now, supposedly. But they didn't have initially plans to do it.
Yeah, no, that's the thing, and that's I think it's already out anyway because you think about it. Most people realize that like some gases that in a gaseous form, ride very low to the ground. Others are very high up, right? So all of that stuff's already been entered into the ground. Whatever liquefied is in the ground. You know, it's like you're doing these air quality tests. Are they checking at ground? Are they checking at the ground? Are they checking at the ceiling? Where the test might be good, but where are you taking your sample? You follow any fumes, right?
Yeah.
Let's take propane for example. Propane is like you'll let off a propane tank in an enclosed area, goes right to the floor. There's not going to be at the ceiling. It's got to build up to that level as a gas is formed. It's very heavy. Look at gasoline fuels. Again, it's very heavy. Why do you think if you don't run like your bilge blower in a boat with an inboard engine, you might blow that boat to pieces because that fumes just rests in the bilge where your starter is, right? You follow? So where are you taking these samples from? The tap water. Okay, the tap water might be okay because of the treatment going through. What about people with wells? What about the rivers? How much? There's a lot of weird stuff that just like where the EPA is like, there's nothing to see here. Bull crap. And that's the other thing too, where I watched some of that YouTube where the NTSB was saying about what happened. Norfolk Southern's defect detector doesn't go off until 250 above ambient. That seems like an awful hot. That's a very hot threshold for a wheel bearing for a defect detector to go off, don't you think? 250 above ambient. That seems very high.
I shared the numbers a few nights ago to where the first sensor, I believe, detected 38 degrees above ambient temperature. I'm trying to recall because I don't have it before me. 20 miles later, the car was like at 150-something degrees, which supposedly still wasn't at a threshold to be considered, catastrophic or whatever. But yeah, the next detector, I believe, was 20 miles further away. By the time it got to that next detector, that's when it was at 250, 256, something like that. So that one did, set off the alarm. The 150 did not. The 250 did. They had applied the brakes, supposedly, but it was too late. Yeah, the derailment was already occurring by the time they got to that third sensor, if that makes any sense. All right, I'm looking at, from Newsbreak, day before yesterday. Yes, the people in East Palestine continue to ask for answers and accountability. 52 miles away, people in Portage County are still reeling from a train derailment that occurred apparently nearly 4 months ago. This was also a Norfolk Southern train, same company responsible for Palestine, that derailed in Ravenna on November 1. Apparently, there's still 2 train cars at the derailment site and a lot of other debris. One resident who witnessed the derailment and was lucky to survive it says, "I can't sleep now, and it's coming on stronger and stronger for me. And there's no way I can live here, not under these conditions." Chuck Knight lives right behind the tracks off State Route 44 in Ravenna Township. He was outside watching the fireworks at Kent State when everything suddenly changed. He watched in disbelief as a 16-car train jumped the tracks. I heard kabang. I'm standing here looking. The next thing I know is I see this great big yellow object. It's the yellow marker on top of the car hauler coming through the air, and it landed right on my boat while I was standing here. Boat was blown to pieces. Norfolk Southern said the cars were transporting rock salt and other chemicals. The derailment did not involve any hazardous materials, but the train crashed into Knight's septic tank. Now, I said, now it's dumping out. That's septic water. That's nasty water. He said he's got to put in a new septic tank, and he got a $20,000 estimate, he says. He tried to call Norfolk Southern to tell them, but they haven't called back. Now, he did say since the disaster in East Palestine, my anxiety has only gotten worse. Now they tell us, around the country, there's derailments every 2-3 days. Yeah, but what were the numbers? 1,700 a year. So that translates to actually numerous derailments on any given day. Most of them do not make the news because they're not catastrophic, involving hazardous material, the fire, as East Palestine was. Now, they try to say a majority of those everyday derailments are more like fender benders that take place in the rail yards, things of that nature. But there you go. Our number, 844-844-3388. We'll get to who we got. Michigan Madman's going to check in. There's the Donut Man. Looks like Eagle on board here as we make our way into a Wednesday hump day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. President Biden says Republicans are still going after Americans' health care.
Republicans have been trying to undo the Affordable Care Act since it passed 13 years ago. They voted to change or repeal the act, it's a fact, on the record, more than 50 times in 4 years that it existed.
Speaking in Virginia Beach, Virginia, the president said Republicans making demands to cut the federal budget in order to raise the debt ceiling are playing politics with the nation's economy and the lives of Americans. The White House is confident it has the authority to cancel $400 billion in student loan debt to help Americans.
40 million Americans who need a little bit more breathing room, who need an opportunity to get back on their feet coming out of this pandemic.
Deputy Press Secretary Olivia Dalton making the comments as the U.S. Supreme Court was hearing arguments in these student debt relief cases. Those challenging the debt relief say the president overstepped his legal authority in canceling the debt. A decision may not come until June. A federal agency has been hit with a ransomware attack. The attack on the U.S. Marshal Service is being called a major security breach. Hackers were able to gain access to a system containing sensitive information, including data on fugitives. The attack did not compromise any data on people in the Witness Protection Program. The head of the Environmental Protection Agency visited East Palestine, Ohio today and told residents he's not worried about short-term health effects from the toxic train derailment.
I think that we have to get this cleaned up and make sure that if there was short-term exposure that we don't elongate that and have longer-term exposure.
Michael Regan answered questions from students and faculty at East Palestine High School. And Wall Street is closing lower to end a rough month. All three major indexes posted February declines. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 232 points, the S&P 500 fell 12, the Nasdaq dropped 11. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The controversy rages on over the possible origin of COVID-19.
Baylor University infectious disease expert Dr. Peter Hotez is not swayed by a new Energy Department report.
I've not seen any evidence for a lab leak so far. It doesn't mean it's not impossible. I just think it's much less likely.
And even the Energy Department says it has low confidence in its own report. As for a more likely cause of COVID,
the overwhelming opinion from the scientific community and published data shows that the wet market were the origin.
The wet market being the place where live animals are bought and sold in Wuhan, China. Dr. Hotez says it's important we do figure out where COVID first came from so we can better prepare for the next outbreak. I'm Richard Johnson.
A new report from Lending Club says a majority of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. The report shows 60% of all U.S. adults are living that way. That is down slightly from last year in spite of inflation. The report says that many Americans adjusted their spending to better manage their cash flow. Actor Tom Sizemore is not expected to survive after suffering a brain aneurysm earlier this month. Doctors have told his family they may want to consider end-of-life decisions. Sizemore has been in a coma since February 18th. The top show on Netflix, the third season of Outer Banks. From February 20th through 26th, the show was watched for over 154 million hours. Coming in a distant second is Murdoch Murders, a Southern Scandal, with just over 40 million hours. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Round number 2. Got a long way to go. Hey, be advised, state law enforcement agencies are taking part in a multi-day traffic crackdown designed to reduce crashes involving commercial motor vehicles. The FMCSA says Operation Safe Drive. Safe Drive, drive standing for Distracted, Reckless, Impaired Visibility Enforcement. started this past day, February 28th, and runs through March the 2nd. I got a news release from the Kentucky State Police. States participating in Operation Safe Drive include Kentucky, Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, Tennessee, North and South Carolina, and Virginia. As I said, multiple states. During Operation Safe Drive, officers cracking down on dangerous interstate driving behaviors, aggressive driving, speeding, tailgating, seatbelt usage, distracted driving. Additionally, Kentucky State Police commercial vehicle enforcement will open scale facilities, ensuring commercial drivers follow safety regulations, hours of service compliance, commercial driver's license compliance, medical certification, and commercial motor vehicle credentialing. So continuing through the rest of this week, essentially, Operation Safe Drive is underway. Well, good morning to the Michigan Madman.
No, Steve. Madman Mike.
Oh, there's a different Madman. Hello, Mike. What's happening?
Hey, what's going on, man? I ain't been able to get on the show forever because I changed my schedule and had some surgery done and stuff. And I decided I'm retiring in August, Steve. I'm going to give him a get out of this thing.
You had enough. How many years you been out there, Mike?
Well, mine is 6 years of the service since 1979.
Wow. You've seen a lot of change.
Oh, man, it used to be fun out here, Steve. I learned from my dad. It used to be fun out here anymore. It ain't no fun. I was wanting to tell Heatwave, I know he likes yellow, but there is a terminal there in Albuquerque off of, gosh darn it, I know he knows where it is. I can't think of the name of it right now, but there's a FedEx ground terminal there. And I'll tell you what, Steve, I've done darn good with FedEx ground. There's a lot of idiots that drive for us, I know, but I've done real good, made real good money. That's why I'm being able to get out at 62. And a lot of them contractors will pay people's insurance and stuff too, and they're paying pretty darn good. So I just kind of wanted to put that out there for him and anybody else that's interested. It is a real good job if you get the right contractor.
Okay.
And that's pretty much all I had, man. I ain't got to comment on this politic crap. You know how I feel.
Okay.
But just wanted to say hi and tell everybody hi. Be safe out there. And I love the show and always listen to the podcast.
Thank you so much. All right, so Madman Mike, not the Michigan Madman. Now there's the Donut Man, I believe. Hey, Donut Man.
Good morning, Steve.
How we been?
Pretty good. How about yourself? Doing all right?
Doing all right, yes, sir. No complaints.
Can't believe the birthdays past couple of weeks with your grandkids. And both of our grandkids are growing up way too fast. We're just getting way too old too fast.
I mean, yeah, Rowan's going to be going to middle school next year.
Oh, good Lord. I think my oldest grandson will be getting his driver's license next year. Like, I ain't ready for this. It's bad enough when I got my own kids driving. I'll have grandkids start driving. I'm not like, I told my wife, I said, I'm not old enough for this.
Yeah.
Y'all ready for Louisville?
Ready or not, we're getting there.
Man, I can't believe it's just a couple weeks away already.
Yeah, here we are, March 1st, yes.
Good Lord. I'd agree with Q-Ball. He was making, I'm kind of like him on this situation with these Palestinians. Things aren't adding up, aren't making sense. They're testing, it's like you said, they're testing the water at, the top level, but they're not digging down into the sludge and stuff where I think it was J.D. Vance posted a video on Facebook about a week or two ago where he's showing it was a creek where it looked okay, and he took a stick and kind of
Yeah,
dug around the mud a little
You
bit.
could see
and
the
that film
chemicals.
Came up,
Yes.
something. And then I guess not a couple days after, there was some rain showers. I guess the people coming across I-70 and stuff over there hit some of those rain showers and had acid rain damage to their cars.
I don't know if that's been proven or not. I think that might need a fact check. So there was a viral video. I saw one of those videos, and I think, but I was just looking a few minutes ago. There was an airline when they were burning the chemicals. There was an airline up above the clouds that got a video, bird's eye view of the massive black plume in the sky. And all that residue, all that ash had to come down somewhere.
Yeah, crazy. And I got to tip my hats to the people of Chicago. They did. Hopefully, when the runoff election happens next month, I can't remember what the guy's name that one was backed by the police union. That's the one. I like to see. He said he was too conservative.
Well, yeah.
I mean, look at what liberalism's got Chicago with Beetlejuice in there. That bug-eyed bat. I think my 7-year-old granddaughter could run that city better than she did.
Yeah.
I mean, she just had this attitude of like when she was getting her hair done and stuff during the lockdowns, she had the audacity to sit there and say, well, I have to appear in public, and I have to look my best. I said, lady, there's not enough Jack Daniels in the world to make you look like the best. I'm sorry, but, I don't think plastic surgery just not enough. I just don't think there's anybody has that kind of time and skill to make that look good. But, hopefully they do the right thing, because that one is backed by the teachers union. I hope those people remember that's the same teacher union that are protecting the teachers that are indoctrinating and mutilating and
advocating the critical race theory.
Yep,
absolutely.
Their kids. Hopefully, the people they got smart and made sure she wasn't going to win again. That's step one. Step two is put somebody in there that's actually going to do something. If they don't, and I don't want to hear from them about their crime rate stuff, because like people in New York, they had a chance to do something, and they put the
Kathy
Swagger
Hochul
man in there, that Eric Adams or whatever. Then they want to complain about the crime problem. Hey, you had a chance to do something about it. Sorry about your luck. It's like, I don't know. It seems like it's just one cause after another. I want to believe what they're saying in Palestine, but when you have a government that goes by quotas instead of qualifications, this is what we get.
Yeah.
I don't care what a person is or what a person does. I want the most qualified people in there for the job. I don't know what's so hard to understand about that. That makes me whatever they want to, every name they want to attach to me, so be it. But I just want the most qualified people in there. It's like you go to the hospital. Do you want the best doctor? Or do you want somebody that, check the right boxes working on you?
Yeah, Dr. Quack. I want Dr. Quack, right?
Yeah.
Hey, well, Donut Man, thank you for checking in. Well, I'm sure he'll be there. He makes it into the truck show every year. He'll be there. Our number, 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, yesterday was the day oral arguments being heard by the United States Supreme Court. The question, is it legal for Joe Biden to forgive millions and millions of dollars worth of student loans? Yeah, what came up in the court testimony is ultimately this student loan relief plan is going to cost close to $500 billion with a T, $500 billion. Conservative justices and the Supreme Court's majority is skeptical about Biden's plan to wipe away or reduce student loans held by millions. Arguments this past day stretching well beyond the allotted 2 hours' time. Chief Justice John Roberts led his conservative colleagues in questioning the administration's authority to broadly cancel federal student loans because of the COVID emergency. The plan has so far been blocked by lower courts, Republican-appointed judges. It's not clear that any of the 6 justices appointed by Republican presidents would approve of the debt relief program, although Justices Brett Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett appeared most open to the administration's arguments. Now, Roberts was among the justices grilling the administration's top Supreme Court lawyer, suggesting the administration had exceeded its authority with this program, pointing to the wide impacts and expense of the program, 3 times saying it would cost $500 billion. I mean, this estimated to cost like $400 billion over 30 years. If you're talking about this in the abstract, I think most casual observers would say if you're going to give up that much money, if you're going to affect the obligations of that many Americans on a subject that is of great controversy, you would think this is something that Congress would have to act on. Kavanaugh suggested the administration was using an old law to unilaterally implement a debt relief program that Congress had rejected. He said the situation was familiar. In the wake of Congress not authorizing the action, the executive nonetheless doing a massive new program. Then he said this seems problematic, noting that the administration, citing the national emergency created by the pandemic, gave them the authority for the debt relief program. But he argued that some of the finest moments in the court's history have been pushing back against presidential assertions of emergency power. Another point, Kavanaugh suggested there might be a better fit between the program and the authority provided by Congress than there was in other cases in which the court's conservative majority ended other pandemic-related programs, including the eviction moratorium, the requirement for vaccines or frequent testing in the large workplaces. The administration lawyer told the justices that defaults and delinquencies will surge above pre-pandemic levels if this program is not allowed to take effect. Before the COVID pandemic pause on loan requirements ends, no later than this summer. So they've still got a pause. Nobody's been having to make payments for, hell, it's got to be 2, approaching maybe 3 years now. 26 million people have already applied to have up to $20,000 in loan forgiveness under the plan. Now, of course, the president says, I'm confident the legal authority to carry the plan is there. He once doubted his own authority to broadly cancel student debt, first announced the program in August. Of course, the legal challenges immediately ensued. So I don't know, we'll see where this goes. But yes, U.S. Supreme Court will have the final say. It is 844-844-3388. See what's happening with Eagle this morning. What's going on? Back on the road.
Yeah, I'm rolling towards Florida. I told you I'm headed towards Florida. I'm looking at the weather. I'm glad I am headed towards Florida, boy, because I've seen the weather up in Chicago. A couple of other drivers that left Texas when I left from the same company, they got dispatched to Chicago. So it don't look too good in Chicago. I think they expected some snow and ice, so I don't want nothing to do with that. I'm riding in. I still got my shorts and t-shirt on right now down here in Mississippi where I'm at. So I'll be in Florida probably tomorrow. So I'm enjoying the warm weather. I'm gonna try to see if I can get me a load headed back towards Texas when I do deliver this load on Friday. So yeah, things going pretty good for me. I had a pretty good winter so far. Except for that cold snap we had a couple of weeks ago in Dallas, I ain't really done too much snow and ice driving this year. So that's a good thing. Because like I said, we got a bunch of steering wheel holders out here now, Steve, just a bunch of seat warmers, and you can see all the accidents they had, guys. I'm not afraid of the snow and ice. I'm afraid of these so-called truck drivers, these guys that, when they get into a work zone and they got signs all over the place in these work zones, Steve, saying 55 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour. You still see trucks running through that 75, 80 mile an hour and running into the back of another truck or either injuring a man that's out there doing construction work. These guys don't respect, like that guy who said a few minutes ago, say he was retiring. Like I say, unfortunately, I ain't old enough. I wish I could get out of truck driving. As much as I like driving, I don't like, what's happening. Like the guy said, it used to be fun. It's not fun no more, but I still got another 20 or 30 years to go before I get 65. So look like I'm no telling what it's going to be like by the time I turn 65. If it's this bad right now, I hate to think what it's going to be like 10 or 15 years from now. Cause it's not good right now, Steve. The truck drivers don't socialize. Everybody got attitude problems, people don't talk on the CB radio. That's obsolete. And then when you do hear somebody talking, they raising hell or, complaining about something, it's something negative. They ain't got nothing positive to say if somebody does use the CB. So it's like the guy said a few minutes ago, it's no longer fun out here on the road anymore. I'm only out here for the money. As simple as that. That's the reason why I continue driving trucks. Now let's move on. Steve, I've been waiting for this for the last couple of years, kind of like some other situations that we talked about over the years. And hopefully the city of Chicago will finally get some relief from this, from the most ugliest so-called mayor probably in the history of the U.S. of A., and that's Beetlejuice. But see, like that one guy said, Steve, I got good news for Beetlejuice, though. I got real good news for her, Steve. Just because she lost her job as mayor of Chicago, guess what? If they ever make a remake of that movie, Beetlejuice, guess who's in line for that job? So she still got some work in front of her, Steve. She still got some work out there for her if they make a remake of that Beetlejuice movie. I promise you, she's the first one in line when they looking for a cast for that role. I promise you that. But here's how it goes, Steve. The crime, like I say, the crime rate in Chicago is out of control, and it's been out of control ever since she took control of the city. So maybe finally they'll get a man in there that actually wants to do his job and actually get the crime under control, where the people in Chicago and the inner cities can actually go walk out of their home without worrying about being gunned down by a stray bullet. A kid can walk to school without having to be shot by a stray bullet from some gangbanger selling dope on the corner. Maybe these people can go back to living a civilized life. now that they got rid of her. Finally, like I said, Steve, you're starting to see it around America. A lot of people that call themselves Democrats are starting to realize they learn a little bit slow, these Democrats. I gotta say that for them. But it takes them a little bit longer than people like me and you. But they eventually catch on, and they starting to vote some of these idiots out, Steve. They starting to slowly but surely get rid of some of these Democrats in these cities. You know, they need to do the same thing in Baltimore, you know, especially Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Speaking of filthy, that's probably one of the, besides Los Angeles, California, Steve, Philadelphia, and Baltimore, those are probably in the top 2 to 3 of the filthiest cities in the USA. It's an embarrassment. I don't know if you've seen the latest video coming out of Philadelphia. They got some kind of new drug out there. I forgot what they call this stuff. What'd you say?
It's called Trank.
Yeah, Trank.
Trank.
Yeah, you got people. Yeah, you got people walking around the streets of Philadelphia like zombies. You should see we've talked about this before. All the trash and garbage that's in this certain area. I forgot what this area is called, where all these homeless people hang out in Philadelphia, and these people on this new drug, Trank, you say. And it's a damn shame that people live like that, Steve. It's really Philadelphia is just an embarrassment as far as I'm concerned. And I heard something a couple of weeks ago, Steve, and I think it's really because the people have such nasty attitudes in that area. I don't know if you know. I didn't know that until they said it on the news. You know, Philadelphia is the first city in the U.S. of A. to lose 3 championships in a row. They had a team in the NHL, the hockey championship game. They had a team in the Super Bowl, and they had a team in the World Series. And guess what? All 3 of those teams lost. So I guess Philadelphia is now known as the city of losers. What'd you say?
I'm just kind of laughing. I mean, it's quite the task to actually get to those big games because there's only 2 teams in the championship game, but that's pretty funny. I give him the big cookie for the Beetlejuice still has a job. Back after this on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Americans waiting to find out if the Supreme Court will allow student loan debt to be forgiven could be waiting until this summer for an answer. That's because a decision on the cases may not come until June. During oral arguments, U.S. Solicitor General Elizabeth Prelogar argued the Biden administration has the authority to cancel hundreds of billions of dollars in student debt. It states the government can provide relief during a national emergency, such as a COVID-19 pandemic. They also heard a case brought by 2 borrowers. The plaintiffs argue the Biden administration made arbitrary decisions about who would qualify for debt forgiveness and how much of their balance would be canceled. Vanessa Bryant is walking away with nearly $29 million after settling her remaining claims with Los Angeles County. They were over photos that members of law enforcement shared after the 2020 helicopter crash that killed her husband, Kobe Bryant, their daughter, Gianna, and several others. Julio Flores.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-309-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane level. details.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back with more. What else in the mix here? Let me see. Eagle said he's sure glad he ain't headed for Chicago. He's right about that. We talked about the severe weather side of the big storm that gets underway later today. Well, forecasters tend to look for a fresh injection of cold air when forecasting big snowstorms. And cold enough air will be in place later this week thanks to an area of high pressure to the north of the upper Midwest and New England. It's not the coldest air mass we've ever seen, but it's cold enough to get the job done, they're saying. This setup tends to allow the warm air to surge northward, stay to the west of the Appalachians and reach parts of the Great Lakes. That's going to cause a soaking rain for the Ohio Valley, a wintry mix to transition to rain across portions of I-70 and 80 in Ohio and Indiana, probably Thursday into Friday. But you're going to see the heavy snow just north of where that warm air runs out of momentum. Snow bay coming down at 1 to 2 inches per hour. That'll be a challenge for the road crews to keep things open. Maybe 6 to 10 inches for Chicago, 4 to 8 in Milwaukee, 3 to 6 in Detroit. Now, at this time, forecasters believe this is going to be the case around Chicago, with Detroit near the storm's southern edge Friday. Any change in the momentum or strength in the Midwest could cause that heavy snow band to shift further to the north or south in the region. But you're going to see some pretty high impacts from this snow Friday in Chicago, Detroit, Milwaukee. Lots of flight delays, lots of cancellations at the major hubs. To add insult to injury over lower Michigan, where more than 100,000 utility customers were still without power from the recent winter storm, the ice storm, as of this past afternoon. In addition to problems from snow or the wintry mix on that northern tier, rain and fog will also contribute to delays on the highways and the airports further to the south. Now, near and just south of the heavy snow area, there's going to be a heavy rain. Portions of the Ohio and Tennessee valleys may receive enough rain to trigger small stream and urban flooding from Thursday to Friday. A midweek storm will help soak the ground in part of that region ahead of the larger storm. Now, as that warm, moist air comes into contact with the cold ground or snow cover in some areas, it's going to lead to some very dense fog in areas. So, yeah, there you go. 6 to 10. That's the current forecast for Chicago. Now, Eagle he wanted to finish up here. So thanks for hanging in there.
Okay, yeah, Steve. Yeah, I wanted to finish up right quick. Like I was saying, I was talking about Philadelphia. I don't know if you ever been there before. It's not a good place. They got a few areas, suburb areas that's okay, but inner city down by the football stadium down in that area is hell on earth. Like I told you, that that new drug they got out, the fentanyl laced with, I don't know what they put in that stuff, but it's called Trank. And like you say, it basically turns people into zombies. It's a sad situation they got going on in Philadelphia right now. But yeah, Steve, I wanted to say one thing about the railroad deal. As far as I'm concerned, Steve, I don't know how many times I've seen it. And I'm pretty sure you don't seen it too. These truck drivers. I was down in Texas one time, down in McAllen, Texas, and I was at a truck stop, and they got some train tracks that's right across the street from a truck stop, and they got tracks, and these idiots, they got a red light that's in front of the tracks. And how many times have you seen a tractor trailer park his truck on the track right at the red light? Now, what are you gonna do when a train is coming down the track, at a high speed rate, and your trailer is in the middle of the track? As far as I'm concerned, that should be automatic termination. They should have cameras on every train crossing in America, and I'm talking about an 18-wheeler. They got a video out there right now where a train, I think you talked about that a couple of days ago, the train literally drove through the damn trailer. The guy was sitting on the track with the trailer on the tracks, and the train drove straight through the trailer like it wasn't even there. Now, if that man would have had a hazmat load or some hazardous material in there, God knows what would have happened. Like I said, there's no excuse, Steve. You're never in that big of a rush, whether you're in a car or a truck, to go across a railroad crossing with the arms down. You know what I mean?
Right.
How many have you? I know you've seen cars go around. The train is coming down the track, and you still got cars that are driving around the arm rails on these things, taking that big of a risk. It makes absolutely no sense. Now you don't know what that train is hauling. You see what happened in Paladino. What if somebody made that same mistake, Steve, in a car or a truck, and that train would have hit them with all that hazardous material that just happened in Ohio?
Yeah.
Because if somebody's too stupid to wait at the train track. Like I said, there's no excuse for people. You're never in that big of a rush to where you need to cross some train tracks with a train coming down the tracks. It's just ridiculous what people do nowadays, and especially in a tractor trailer. You know something, Steve? I even seen a guy one time. I don't know if you know it or not. A lot of these tank trucks, when a tank truck or a school bus, they're supposed to stop. They come to a complete stop before they go across a train track. And I've actually seen people get mad and blow the horn at these people and drive around. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Why are you stopping? Why are you stopping your truck before the train tracks? If you hauling diesel, you hauling a fuel truck or a school bus full of kids, that's a state law that you got to stop that truck or school bus before them tracks. And you got people got the nerve to get mad at these people for doing the right thing. So, like I said, Steve, we're going to continue to see these type of accidents occur around America with these tracks. And let me say one last thing about this Palestine situation, Steve. I'm very pissed off and very I do not like the way Joe Biden and his administration is handling this. These people are going to be suffering for a long time. That area is not clean, and I hope those people are not falling for that. they are not disposing of this thing the way it's supposed to be done, this is going to affect generations of these people. And it really pisses me off, Steve, when Joe Biden takes that much money over to Ukraine when you got American people over here that could be helped. You know how many people he could help with that billions of dollars over there in Palestine? He could set those people up for life. And it really pisses me off that Joe Biden is giving these people money in Ukraine when he's turning his back on his own people. And it really upsets me. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, there you go. Thank you much, Eagle. At least you're not headed for Chicago, right? All right. How about a positive story? Out of Wyoming, Department of Transportation snowplow driver receiving appreciation from the trucking community after he went above and beyond to provide meals and drinks for truckers that were stuck in the big snowstorm with I-80 closed for long stretches of time. Plow driver Jaron Fry began to notice more and more stuck trucks in the Evanston area. Now, Fry is a former truck driver. He understands the struggle that truckers face finding available food during winter weather emergencies. He told the local outlet, the Cowboy State Daily, "I remember when I was stranded. I just wanted some decent food. Now, not what I had stored in my truck. This closure had been for several days, and I kept seeing the trucks stack up, and I'm working my 12-hour shifts plowing. And I just keep thinking, these guys need a good meal." Well, he took to social media, began to spread the word that he was gathering food for the stuck truckers during his downtime, asking them to private message him on Facebook or just turn your flashers on and I'll stop by. He also started accepting donations through Venmo to try to provide more supplies for the truckers. Fry delivered tacos from Taco Bell, breakfast burritos from McDonald's, Jimmy John's sandwiches, and bottled water to those truck drivers who reached out. Fry expressed gratitude to those who worked or donated to help him feed the truckers and to the truckers themselves for their effort to keep the country moving. Fry writes, "Wow, what a good time delivering food, water, cookies. These last few meals prior to 80 being reopened. I was met with nothing but kindness from the drivers. To the comments here, the Venmo'd money. I took a little cash and employees who made the larger orders. I did have a few people reaching out if they could send money, so I posted my Venmo. Please don't send any more. You guys and gals came through wholeheartedly within minutes. I had several Venmo donations, and even after providing 3 meals and water to the drivers that needed them, I still sit here with an incredible surplus, like 600 plus, and some extra cases of water for future closures. I myself have been stranded in a big truck for days at a time. I remember I just wanted some food other than what I had in my truck. So I decided to just maybe start getting food for these drivers. My intent was never to make money, so this is going to be set aside for future closures. So I just wanted to thank all the drivers, the heartbeat of America, sitting behind the wheel of those big rigs. You are all appreciated, and hope, if nothing else, you have safe travels. I'm still a little bit awestruck by all of you. So from me to all of you, God bless. You've restored my faith in humanity, and I'm kind of reminded of September 11 of 2001, those days where we all came together in this country with a common goal. Well, there you go. Braden Dad, good morning.
Morning, Steve. Can you come back to me in just a few minutes, please?
I certainly can. Not a problem. So let me jump down to Senor Heatwave.
Yo, good morning, Senor. How y'all this morning?
Happy Hump Day.
Yeah. And El Pollo Loco to you, too. Well, I guess Chicago finally seen the light and got Lori out of there.
Yeah.
Or Was that just a primary, or was that the actual mayoral race?
That was, well, I mean, this was for the primary. Nobody won the primary. I think there were 9 candidates. This was the primary. I guess maybe it was the primary. She did not make the cut to get to the runoff election.
Okay. All right. Well, good. I mean, yeah, did you hear her, what, I don't want to call it a condolence, but, her, what do they call that when someone loses a race? They give a
concession.
Concession. There we go. Yeah, my mind is mush right about now. She was touting her. I don't know if y'all talked about it or not earlier, but she was touting her accomplishments, and the biggest one was the record number of guns confiscated, the crime being cut. And I'm thinking, that's not what we were hearing out here. We were hearing every weekend, tens upon hundreds of people getting shot at, killed, gun confiscation. We didn't hear much about that. What part of the wacky world you live in. But hopefully Chicago people will, if they've seen the light to get her out, hopefully they can find somebody that is actually going to work for the law-abiding citizens and has some damn common sense, which unfortunately is not so common these days. Did you, and I tuned in late, so I don't know what all y'all talked about and what y'all ain't. But y'all heard, I don't know what they got in D.C., what kind of a board they got, but they're going to be granting voting rights to anybody that is a non-citizen that's been living in the D.C. area for 30 days, the right to vote in local elections. Did you hear about that?
There's several places around the country doing that. Local elections, things like I guess like for mayor and council members and sheriffs, but I mean, not federal. I mean, this is just the first step, though. Eventually, to say, and we haven't had any problems. Let's let them vote in the federal elections.
Right. And, it's the people just don't understand, or they fail to realize that this is not a world obligation. We're not supposed to give our rights away to the world for them to vote for what they want us to do. This is us. This is here. I mean, well, whoever is living in an area that is a legal citizen is given the right to vote. And they're talking about giving felons, once they come out of the prisons, the right to vote as well. Now, on that, I'm a little on the fence on that one, so to speak. My former co-driver, he has a felony on him. But in the last 20 years since that felony, he has really become a productive part of society. He has a beautiful family. He has beautiful grandchildren. He is a hard worker. I mean, he has seen the light. The problem is, when he was 20, that's when he got the felony. And so I think possibly a case-by-case basis, and then so many years after, their prison term for what they done, if the felon hasn't had any issues with the law, I would say, let's say 10 years. In that 10-year time frame, if the person has not screwed up, gone back into pokey, then yeah, case by case basis. Yeah. So yeah, I'm like I said, I'm on the fence on that one. But yeah, we were talking about the yellow and mismanagement, and I know Brain Dead's going to give you some examples up there. But we have a situation where they wanted us to take. Well, we have a load of freight that's going to Las Vegas, and normally, we would take 40 across and then go up 93 to Vegas, but they were going to have snow in Flagstaff. So the dispatchers outside of the Albuquerque terminal, in their infinite wisdom, decided, okay, you're going to take the southern route, which is down here on I-10. You're going to go to Phoenix, and then you're going to find 93 and cut up. Well, that would be fine, but Phoenix has drivers that are dedicated to go to Vegas and back. Why should a team do a solo job? So our dispatcher, when she got back into Albuquerque, she says, you know what, we're going to change this. So instead of taking this load to Vegas via, the southern route and then going up, or taking the load to Bloomington, we're just going to drop it off in Phoenix. And then we're going to take something out of Phoenix going to Bloomington,
Mm-hmm.
which, it makes sense. Yeah. Why add, why put a couple of hundred extra miles on this load that it doesn't need to go, to do. So, I tell you what, I'm tired, and I just can't seem to keep a coherent thought in my head right now. even with the 5-hour energy drink. Good night. So, well, you going to have some merch at the table?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure yet, but yeah, we're going to have some stuff. Yes, yeah, I know we're going to have like the T-shirts, the hats, and the travel mugs and all that. Yeah, we're also going to have some freebies there. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, good. Yeah, and I guess I'll bring my DD-214 so I can go to the booth over there for Hot Shot Secret and give them the numbers there so I can qualify for the extra 10% off whenever I do order online.
Trust me, they'll have some special deals. They always have special deals there at the truck show. You'll get the best of the best deals to begin with.
Right. Old Horse Feathers, he was telling me the other day that, that the best time to get the good deals is at the very beginning when people have stuff. And then he says that last day, a lot of people don't want to go, take off and then bring all that stuff with them. And he says in some of the products they have, they can't put them back in the box. So they just try to get rid of it right there and then at the very last day. So I wouldn't say I'm cheap, but I will say I'm thrifty.
Uh-huh. All right.
So anyway, and I had talked to Joel Murrow, and I asked him if he was going to be there, and he said he was. So, it'd be nice to visit with him. I don't know if he's going there as a company representative for what he's doing with Volvo, or if he's just going to be.
He's going to be. He'll be in the Hot Shot Secret booth with his truck in our booth.
Oh, well, there you go.
I know the answer to that question. Yeah, his Volvo's going to be in the Hot Shot Secret booth. We'll all be there together.
Oh, that's going to be a crowded booth. And how many square feet did y'all actually acquire?
That's why they did the 20 by 60.
Eesh.
Yeah, big booth.
Well, I hope so. So it'll be nice seeing everybody over there, and I hope as long as Lady Heatwave can be able to travel, then we'll be there. But if she's not able to travel, I'm going to have to cancel all the reservations and whatnot. She just really, today was not a good day for her.
Mm-hmm.
So
you might want to look into.
hoping.
I think you can rent one of those scooter things. I do believe. I'm not certain about. You might want to check into that because, I mean, otherwise, yeah, it's a lot of walking. I mean, it's 1 million square feet of exhibition space, a lot of walking, and if you got a bad back, you don't want to be walking that much.
Yeah. Well, she's just experiencing just burpiness whenever she's up walking around. She had to take my daughter to the dentist, and so I'm sure she spent all of her time in the pickup waiting for my daughter to come back out of the dental office. But I tell you what, she come back and she was calling Europe several times in the bathroom. So I don't know what's causing all that. But I sure hope here in 4 weeks we're able to get in the pickup and fly like the wind.
There you go. All right, well, we're hitting the top of the hour here, Heat Wave. You have a great morning. Thanks for checking in. And it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. Democrats are calling on the CEO of Norfolk Southern to testify before Congress following the toxic train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has asked the head of the rail company to answer questions on the disaster before a Senate panel, and he's yet to respond. Schumer said rail companies worked with the Trump administration to roll back safety standards while raking in large profits and laying off workers. The train derailment exposed the small community to hazardous chemicals. The Supreme Court is now hearing arguments in a case challenging President Biden's student debt relief program brought on by two borrowers.
Does the White House have the legal authority to cancel $400 billion in student loan debt? Deputy Press Secretary Olivia Dalton says yes.
We're confident in our legal authority, which is why we've taken the case all the way to the Supreme Court.
The justices hearing the arguments from both sides, with Nebraska Solicitor General James Campbell arguing on behalf of the 6 states suing the administration.
After many failed legislative efforts, the Secretary seeks to write off nearly $500 billion in loans for over 40 million borrowers. No statute authorizes this sweeping action.
A final decision may not come until June. I'm John Schaefer.
The U.S. Department of Energy is joining the FBI and suggesting COVID was leaked from a Chinese lab. The Energy Department says it has low confidence of the leak theory, while the FBI says it has more moderate confidence. COVID-19 is a result of a lab leak. Both agencies say there's still consensus this was not a Chinese bioweapon. Some outside agencies insist there's not a definite answer as to how the virus spread. Dead whales are washing up on the U.S. shores at an alarming rate. A new study from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration revealed 23 whales have washed up on the East Coast in the last 3 months. Another dead whale was spotted by the U.S. Coast Guard late Monday evening, although it's unclear where it might wash ashore. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
There will soon be a new mayor of Chicago. Incumbent Democrat Lori Lightfoot conceded Tuesday in her bid for re-election. She said she congratulated Brandon Johnson and Paul Vallis, who are on a collision course to meet in a runoff election on April 4th. Johnson is a county board commissioner and Vallis is a former public schools executive. Lightfoot became the first black woman to be elected mayor of Chicago back in 2019. A bipartisan House Select Committee on China is emphasizing that the U.S. needs to distinguish between the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese people. The committee met for the first time Tuesday to examine threats posed by the Chinese government. It was formed by Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy weeks before the Chinese surveillance object was seen over USA skies. The committee heard from H.R. McMaster, who served as a former President Trump's national security advisor. McMaster referred to the object as a metaphor for the massive effort at espionage. Vanessa Bryant is walking away with nearly $29 million after settling her remaining claims of Los Angeles County. They were over photos that members of law enforcement shared after the 2020 helicopter crash that killed her husband, Kobe Bryant, their daughter, Gianna, and several others. In a statement Tuesday, Bryant's lawyer said it marks the successful culmination of Ms. Bryant's courageous battle to hold accountable those who were engaged in this grotesque conduct. A co-plaintiff whose wife and daughter settled for nearly $20 million. I'm Julio Flores.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by
the latest numbers, prices at the pump. ProMiles says your fuel prices continue to decline around the country. The national diesel price average this week, $4.46 per gallon. Down just shy of 7 cents from last week. Leading the way this week was the New England region with a nearly 10-cent drop. Down by 8 cents, the lower Atlantic, the East Coast, and Gulf Coast regions. $4.02 per gallon on the Gulf Coast. Hey, and the trend continues. You may be under $4 a gallon along that Gulf Coast region, lowest average around the country. So $4.46 national average, $4.60 for the East Coast. Still just shy of $5 a gallon there in New England, down to $4.96. Again, Gulf Coast at $4.02. You head out west, the West Coast at $5.26 per gallon. California at $5.59 per gallon. Latest numbers from ProMiles around the country. All right, get back to the calls here. All right, take two, Brain Dead. Y'all set to roll.
No, sir, I just rolled into the yard to drop my trailers out, and I know Steve's going to come to me. Crap.
Bingo.
He came to me. Yeah. You must have like ESPN or something. I mean, it must be one of those things, right?
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. No, before I get to what Heatwave was saying, I saw this study. We were talking about the organic foods and all that the other night. They say there was a study that just came out that said that erythritol, which is a man-made sweetener for people who are on the keto diet,
yeah,
has heart attack and strokes.
I saw that.
We don't do that. We don't do that with us. It's either coconut sugar or monk fruit.
I mean, it says I saw the headline, artificial sweetener, and yeah, the name you just said. I mean, is that one of the name brands like a Splenda or the pink pack, the yellow pack? I mean, is it one of those or something else?
No, it's a sweetener they use in a lot of the keto foods. If you go to the grocery store, Steve, and read the back of the label, you'll see erythritol. They use it as a sugar alcohol to help people with diabetes a lot on the sugar-free stuff. Because if you really do look at some of the ingredients and you see sucralose,
yeah,
that is sugar and chlorine mixed.
Oh, okay. Sucralose.
Not only that, but in one of the yogurts that we were looking at, it has cellulose in it. Now, 5-7 can tell you what cellulose is, because I tell you what, I do not want to eat it. So we've completely gone to this lifestyle change, not diet, but lifestyle change, because we're going to be in this forever. But back to what Heatwave was saying, yes, it is poor management. The upper management only cares about two things, and that's numbers and golf. That's it. About 3 weeks ago, the guy that runs ahead of me and myself, we cornered one of the senior executive vice presidents that's in charge of this change of operation. And I have told him straight up, it's the routing of the freight that's the problem. The end of the lines, such as, I want to say like Shreveport, Tulsa, Springdale, etc., they only just throw it on the trailer to get it off the dock to get it to the Velocity Terminal, which is where I run to every night. At the Velocity Terminal, they don't care. They don't care about it. Oh, well, this is the E-Town freight from Memphis. It has to be there the next day, but we're going to cram it in a box with all the stuff for the Northeast. We just want to get it out of here. Just get it out of here, off the dock, gone. And there's where the change of operation and the utility drivers are going to be really screwed up with line haul, because on the dock, it doesn't matter how it's put on the trailer as long as it's on the trailer. I mean, with Holland, it kind of sort of works because they actually load stuff properly. They don't just slam it in the trailer and be done with it. They have all that freight on the tail end that's going to that terminal
to be dropped off and to be picked up. Plus, they're only running a van trailer. It's not that hard. We run a set of pups. So when you put a set of pups to a door and you've got to find one piece of freight that should be on the tail, because in the computer you can see where it's scanned on at and kind of judge where it is. Now you've got to unload the whole trailer to get to the one piece in the nose, then go and restack everything. You're going to kill 3 hours right there per trailer.
Wow.
It's not going to work for line haul to do, because generally the way the rule is if you drive 200 miles to here in Little Rock, you don't work the dock. You just turn around and go back home, or wait till they got you ready and then go back home. We have to actually work the dock because it's only 150 miles from Memphis to Little Rock. But it's also knowing that I know what's going out, well, how my trailer is loaded, because these little, well, I can't say those words on the radio, but these little idiots here just don't care. They don't care about it being high and tight. They don't care about it being loaded right. They only push the freight off the dock. The other thing too is the E-time freight. We get I'm not going to say what it is, but we get a lot of this freight coming through certain times of the year. It's all E-time freight. I've seen 4 skids sitting in behind the Atlanta door that sat there all week before it got loaded to Memphis. I'm talking about a week past delivery date.
Wow.
Because the trailer had already sat on the yard like 70-something hours. I mean, it's really insane. And you go to upper management like this guy, and you say, hey, listen, you ought to go over to the terminal and go check it out. Oh, yeah, we'll go over and check it out. Yeah, they come over here at 10, 11, 12 o'clock in the morning. Ain't nothing going on. Naturally, you don't see the real work that goes on behind the scenes. Because I told the guy, I said, listen, I got a jump seat in my truck, jump in my truck, go see when they're really working. But my only rule is you buy coffee and donuts in the morning. But go see how they're really doing this operation. Because when you tell these idiots, the terminal manager, hey, we're coming by for a visit, everything looks nice and clean. Pop in for a visit. Don't announce it. Just say, hey, we're coming. We're not coming. But show up and see what actually works. Because that's the main problem. The main problem is getting the freight on time. You know,
well, I mean, last I checked, but if somebody's relying on a service to get their freight there, and if it's a week late and that's a constant issue, don't they go find someone else to take their freight?
They don't understand that concept, Steve.
Oh.
They're so antique. And the sad part is the union. I'm talking about the union. It has no accountability. They don't hold these people accountable. There was a guy, one of the line haul guys, that got into a bad wreck. He tested hot for methamphetamine and got rehired. Methamphetamine.
Wow.
And got rehired. We had a guy on this run here before I jumped back on this bid. He was caught sleeping on the job. He got his job back, but he was caught sleeping on the job. Like I said, and the union's in part of the board of directors, but they don't hold the accountability. I guarantee you, nobody from the upper levels of the Teamster Union has came through this terminal and into the line terminal and seen what really goes on, because they're too scared to see and they're too scared to make judgments. Because, Steve, like you said, and the upper management doesn't care. You know, I've said this before to all of them. Hey, jump in my truck. Hey, let's go for a ride. Let's go to this customer over here. Hey, let's see how this run works. Hey, go on and work the dock. Jump on the forklift and work for a while. Upper management doesn't care. That's the problem.
Well, have they not been trying to reorganize things for how many years now, Brain Dead? I mean, it's been a decade, hadn't it? How many years ago when they got the concessions from the drivers for the pension benefits?
Right, yeah. It probably even before that. Yeah, probably around about that time. But see, though, here's the other stupid thing. all the hauling guys are bitching because, they're complaining because they're having to merge in. How many years? It's been 10 or 15 years since the buyout. If I remember right, years ago, ABF bought out Carolina. I don't see any Carolina trailers rolling around. I don't see any Carolina terminals in or around. So why do we still have all these 3 separate divisions operating under those names and not our names? There's where the union's fighting it all.
Well,
so I got to go in here and go do my job too. By the way,
get to work out there. Yeah, but I just they got problems. You got to admit. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Good to have you on board. Hey, if you weren't with us out of the box this morning, we kicked things off at the midnight hour Eastern time. Getting excited, getting ready for the Mid-America Truck Show. And our friends over at Bostrom Seating want you to get excited as well. Three of our listeners out there will win a Bostrom Wide Ride Core truck seat. Yeah, we'll have 2 winners from actual Mid-America Truck Show attendees. We'll have 1 winner out there in listener land. Simply go to overnightdriveradio.com to register. It's up on the website right now. Click on contest. You'll have the link there. You can enter right now, and you can get numerous entries by sharing, subscribing, liking our social media pages. So, the more entries, the better your chance to win. We'll have ultimately 2 of the black and gray color scheme ultra leather high-profile Bostrom wide ride seats. He's in top of the line here. The smart seat valve, dual 16-inch armrests. High back will have 1 of the gray Mordura cloth high-pro seats. The smart seat valve, dual 16-inch armrests, high back as well. Download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive app on your smartphone, or you can simply jump on the internet wherever you have access to get the most entries to the contests. So it's underway now, and the countdown clock to Louisville is ticking. 31 days and a few hours before the actual giveaway will be taking place there in Louisville. And make sure to stop by our booth to say hello if you're going to make it by the show there. Going big this year. Yeah, got the 20 by 60 booth. And as I was explaining to Heatwave, Joel Morrow will be there with his Volvo. And I'll be answering questions and explaining how you can get the most miles per gallon out of your truck. And while we're at it, well, I've got my show notes before me, and we got some deals going right now for Hot Shot Secret. Some of the current retail offers. O'Reilly Auto Parts around the country now through March the 28th. You can save on the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme or Stick Shit Eliminator. $7 off for the Stick Shit Eliminator. $4 off for the concentrated fuel injector cleaner, the Diesel Extreme, right now. Pilot Flying J locations. If you buy 2 everyday diesel treatment 32-ounce bottles at Pilot or Flying J travel centers, you'll get 800 My Rewards Plus points. That starts today, March 1st through April 30th. For those who fuel up at the Love's travel centers, if you buy 2 Diesel Extreme 64-ounce bottles at Love's, you'll receive 1,000 My Love Rewards points. And again, that also starts today, March 1st through April 30th. Got some deals going out there. Going big at the Mid-America Truck Show. Got the booth there. Look for Joel Morrow and his new Downspeed Volvo in the booth number 12036. There you go. And see what's going on out there with Horse Feathers this fine morning.
Oh, I guess we got to start out today by saying, hey, Mike, what month is it? What month is it?
How about that? Yeah, you're right. March 1st. Well, ready or not.
Yep. So, hey, I got a question for you, and I know we're, let's see, 6 and 3 is 9 and 2 is 11. Yeah, we're more than half a year away from it, but you know this thing called Sadie Hawkins Day, right? You heard of Sadie Hawkins Day and all that?
Maybe.
It's that deal when the girls are supposed to ask the boys to dance and all that. Now, we got all this transgender stuff. This came to me the other night. We got all this transgender stuff going on, boys wanting to be girls and girls wanting to be boys, and people trying to teach them when they're like 6 months old how to choose what you want to be. And what the heck's going to happen to Sadie Hawkins Day? Who the heck's going to ask who to a dance, and what clothes are they going to be wearing when they're asking?
Valid question. Just a thought, huh?
Yeah, just to really throw it out there to just change all the subjects and grind gears and everything else. And I guess speaking of grinding gears, there's probably one listener there from Ohio that I don't know, we haven't heard much from him on the radio. You think he's going to be coming down there to the show and be hanging around the booth much with that Volvo in the booth there and that Downspeed? Not mentioning any names.
If I hear Downspeed, I'm going to put a pop knot on somebody's head.
Yep. So, anyways, we'll drop that subject here and get away from that. What I was trying to explain to Heatwave there about being the first time goer to the show is if there's something you want, if there's something you want, you make sure you get to that vendor and talk to them and do it as early as possible, because a lot of times they bring about as much merchandise as what they need to get through Thursday and Friday, and they're trying to run out Saturday morning. They don't want to take anything home on Saturday if they can absolutely help it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you do want something to take home from the show, make sure you get to those vendors. And as you said, they're going to have show specials and be doing all kinds of deals and everything. And if you talk to them, you can even get them to come down on their show special prices. I mean, they just want to talk to you and get you on board with their stuff, and if you are on board, they want you to keep using it, and they're gonna make you good deals at the show. And so don't be afraid to try to I don't want to use that term. Try to knock them down on their prices a little bit. They aren't gonna turn you away or let you walk away without something. So don't be paying full show price when you're at their booths either. So they will make you better deals. But if you really want the best deals, you go around there starting about 10 o'clock Saturday morning, and you find people that are starting to knock their booze down and starting to pick things up. And if there's something there you want, you make them an offer of about half off of what they were asking there at the show deal.
Yeah.
And they'll start doing wheeling and dealing and make you package deals and all kinds of stuff. And if you have a way to carry it home, they'll load your truck up instead of having to load their truck.
Yeah, nobody
up.
wants to load their truck and take it back to the office. Correct.
Yep. And as I was telling Neil there, you know, the whole deal is a lot of times they've already gotten rid of all the packaging to put all the displays up, unless they want to haul that packaging back out to their vehicles and store it while they're at the show, to go back out to get all that packaging to repackage everything, unless it's, you know, their regular travel and show, which they usually have containerized and, you know, everything goes into specific places. But if it's merchandise to get rid of, they don't want to have to repackage it and haul it all back and then go on to the next show and reopen and all that. They'd rather take new product. So get there and make your deals. And as I say, you know, that and anyways, I think you got on the cue ball there as best as I could probably say there, you know, talking about it. But the one thing I will emphasize is that, number one, on any situation where there's some sort of rail car derailment, especially the nature of that East Palestine, or as I told you, the propane derailment in 1972 out there, halfway between Albany and Binghamton, New York, up there, where the fire department actually was trying to put water on that one, and they had the rail car, you know, that broke apart. I know we got to get to news here, so I don't know if you want to carry this over. But anyways.
Yeah, well, hold that thought, because I've got more on the East Palestine thing here. Interesting write-up. This guy talking about 8 incredible things, you know, that they're kind of, you know, covering up there in East Palestine. So hold on to that thought. We'll come back after a news break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Americans waiting to find out if the Supreme Court will allow student loan debt to be forgiven could be waiting until this summer for an answer. That's because a decision on the cases may not come until June. During oral arguments, U.S. Solicitor General Elizabeth Prelogar argued the Biden administration has the authority to cancel hundreds of billions of dollars in student debt. It states the government can provide relief during a national emergency, such as a COVID-19 pandemic. They also heard a case brought by 2 borrowers. The plaintiffs argue the Biden administration made arbitrary decisions about who would qualify for debt forgiveness and how much of their balance would be canceled. Vanessa Bryant is walking away with nearly $29 million after settling her remaining claims with Los Angeles County. They were over photos that members of law enforcement shared after the 2020 helicopter crash that killed her husband, Kobe Bryant, their daughter, Gianna, and several others. Julio Flores.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-309-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty then, back at it here. Hump day. Hey, Mike from the email bag. Morning, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Hope everybody's safe. Take care out there. Have a great day from your friend Big John. Thank you very much. Good to have you on board there, Big John. Yeah, let's see. Hello to Wheelchair Dave. Got your email there earlier. Yes, Roy Rogers Restaurant. Yeah, one location, I guess, just opening, another in the Cincinnati. That goes back. I remember the original Roy Rogers roast beef as a youngster. I think their menu's quite a bit different. They've got some of the old traditional stuff, but a lot more in the mix at the new Roy Rogers. I was checking out the menu. Hello to Doughboy. I went to the website, clicked on contest. It said contest ended. Okay, I'll double check on that. I know I've got to, let me see. I shared the link on my Facebook. And when you click on the link there, it takes you right to the entry page. I'll have to get a hold of Josh, see what's going on there. We flip over. I actually had a couple of different links I shared, one just a few minutes ago here. Enter to win the Mid-America Truck Show Special. Yeah, when I click on that, let's see, Overnight Drive Rail, that's just the photo there. The other one actually has the link at the bottom of it. So scroll down a little bit, and you'll see the double photo there. OvernightDriveRadio.com. Yeah, it takes me to Mid-America Truck Show. Matt's giveaway, countdown clock, 31 days, 11 hours, 24 minutes. Okay. And all they need is like your name, your phone number, and your email. Pretty simple there. All right, let me get back to Horse Feathers. All right, thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, thanks for holding me over, Your Honor. Yeah, so as I was starting to say there, the whole deal with the rail cars and that is that you have to keep them cool and you have to keep the product in the rail cars as cool as possible.
31 days.
There's not enough water supply to actually do that. There's just no way to supply enough water. I mean, ladder trucks with monitor nozzles, big monitor nozzles on top of engines, and you don't want your personnel committed anywhere in that dangerous zone of where if the rail car does decide to let go and rupture, you don't want to be losing your fire department because, as I was getting ready to say, 1972, and I know that's a long time ago, it's been 50 years, but nothing's really changed in that aspect of what happens at the fire scene. But that little fire department that was in Skenevis, New York, lost their entire department, members and equipment, in one rail car explosion. It was a propane rail car. And as I say, they had a complete fatality of their fire department as well as all their equipment. So you don't want to start losing more people in a bad situation and have it turn worse. So the problem is putting the fire out. Now, I don't know the properties of vinyl chloride or possibly the other hazardous materials in the other tank cars, but to talk about a propane fire, if you put a propane fire out, it's going to continuously release more vapor. And what's going to happen is, what you want to do is you want to burn that vapor so that you don't have more vapor going to look for another ignition source. Like Cue Ball stated, propane is heavier than air. It's going to go to the lowest point, so it's going to go to like a creek bed and follow the creek bed down until it goes 2 miles downstream above, in the air above the creek bed. It's going to follow that downhill trend until it finds somebody with an electric cord that, has a short in it, or somebody walks outside and lights a cigarette or something like that. And then that vapor cloud, which is ready to burn with the oxygen around it, that's just looking for an ignition source, is going to ignite somewhere else. And that's the problem you have if you put out these fires and you can't contain them and maintain them in the area where your incident is. You don't want to cause your incident area to expand because of doing something that you're trying to get out. So a lot of times these things have to continue burning on site. I know it's not the best thing because, just as you said, the smoke and the contaminants go up in the air. The wind carries them downwind. It all comes down again somewhere else. What doesn't get burned and gets picked up by the massive quantities of water they're using to try to keep these things cool. And that's the other thing, is the fire departments are adding massive quantities of water to keep these things cool. And the stuff that is leaking out that isn't burning is mixing with that water. So it's running off to wherever it's going to mix into groundwater and streams and rivers and continue on that way. It's a bad situation all the way around. And when you get to the situation to where it's safe, that's where you have to go in and immediately try to contain and stop and try to do all your cleanup. And as far as Norfolk and Southern going, all rail companies, whether it's CSX, Union Pacific, BNSF, their major operation is to get the rails open. So they're going to lay down any temporary track. As Cue Ball said, they're going to bring bulldozers in or they have D8s, large D8s with side cranes on them. They lift these cars and get them out of the way to reopen tracks to get rail service operating, because like we talked about with the barges in the Mississippi, there is everything waiting downline to either get the product on the tracks moved to them, or they have product that they need moved down the tracks. So these rail services are going to do everything they can to open these lines back up. Now, whether they have to put a temporary line in and do all the excavation work beside that so that they can reestablish their original lines back where they were, but yeah, they leave derailments sometimes for 6 months to a year. They'll leave the remnants of the derailment on the side of the tracks until they get around to finally getting the complete cleanup done. But yeah, and they need the oversight to make sure they do it right, and the people need to make sure that things are done right, and they need to be their own advocates with as loud a voice as possible, because the environmental people are going to do what they can do best, but they're going to do what they're allowed to do, and who they're allowed to do it by is the EPA, and also the money coming to them from, you know, the it would be Norfolk and Southern there, or their insurance company, or however they're insured, whether they're self-insured, and then they have one of those big insurance companies that takes over, kind of like what I was asking about, the insurance companies that insure insurance companies and that, with these big hurricanes,
reinsurance,
tornadoes and that.
I mean, what they've got going
exactly.
what they've got going right now, Horse Feathers, though, is they're excavating all this dirt and the fluids, the water, everything, and they're putting it on trucks and transporting the same hazardous material. You got the one side, they're crossing all the way the entire state of Ohio from the Pennsylvania line over into Indiana. I guess some of the others may be a little bit closer. They were sending some of it to Texas, some to Michigan. Of course, those states shut it down. Now, what happens if we have one of those trucks that are, what about the guys that are driving those trucks hauling the material? Are they having to wear like respirators or something so they don't breathe the crap?
Well, they should have them contained a little bit, secured. I mean, they probably have the trailers lined with plastic. They have sealed tailgates to make sure nothing can drip out of them. They have solid rubber tarps that they tarp them up with. Really, it should be a very minimal odor smell that should come out of them. I mean, you probably will be able to smell it. It's not. It shouldn't be as bad as what you notice with like the big trash trailers that haul the trash from the transfer stations to the landfills or the incinerators. But yeah, that is about the safest way to do it. I mean, they might be putting it in like roll-off containers, and to tell you the truth, they might even be putting the roll-off containers back on rail cars and having rail cars haul some of this stuff to these places, because a lot of these places, to get the soil out, they'll actually load onto the gondola cars and have the rail service actually haul out this burned soil that you talked about. The high temperature incineration that pretty much makes the dirt completely sterilized. There's absolutely nothing left to it. But I mean, you might as well grind up rock for what's left of dirt after what they do to it to incinerate it. But yeah, about the safest way to get it down the highway though is especially the mixed dirt. The liquids they suck up goes into tankers. I mean, that's sealed tight, and tankers is no different than what a sealed load that I have going down the road. I mean, I don't lose my product going down the road, and anybody with a tanker has all their valves and covers and everything sealed, and they shouldn't lose any product going down the road. The only thing that got me was, you mentioned last night that some of this stuff is going to an injection site where they're injecting it back down deep in the soil or what. And I'm like, well, isn't that the whole thing we're trying to avoid, is having the stuff injected into whatever? And
Right.
Unless they have a pipe that goes down to the molten core of the earth or something that they're setting it down to. I don't know how far down they're going with it. But it's kind of what always got me with the fracking too, is that they always did all this injection and stuff and did that, and it's like, yeah, it's kind of dealing with the groundwater, the natural underground aquifers and the groundwater and everything. But
That's what they're doing, though.
The initial thing, I think they did everything right in the fire department, from what I've seen, has done. They did everything that I know of right now. I haven't been in the fire service in a long time, but from what my knowledge was, I mean, you can't commit these other people's lives to trying to protect property and try to do that. So as far as I'm concerned, they did right on that, and to keep the rail car from having metal fatigue, metal failure, with as you said, the less liquid that's in there creates more pressure with the vapor and is not able to keep the rail car cool. And if they didn't release that pressure to open that rail car up the way they did, that rail car could have ended up anywhere up to a mile away and spread product and fire all the way out wherever it ended up. and everything is superheated. And even if the fire was out, the product that was out there has a chance of reigniting at any point at that time out there as well. So I hope I'm clearing this up for people. I hope I haven't, made it, tried to oversimplify it or anything. I hope I'm doing well with it.
Hey, it's clear as mud.
That's about what I figured. That's about normally where we're at with this situation.
Oh boy.
So, anyways, hey, I got one more question though. Your news there was talking about whales, and they said there's been like 23 whales or 28 whales in the last 3 months that have come dead to the surface and towards shore and that. Is there any way to do anything with these whales? I mean, back in before just as the Industrial Revolution started, which pretty much was the pollution of the whole world, they used to use these whales. They used to use the blubber. They used to get oil out of them for lamps and use almost the whole whale. I mean, there was a whole industry of going out hunting, and getting whales and bringing them back in and using the ivory. And is anything happening with these whales, or are we just picking them up and carrying them to a landfill and just throwing them all away?
I think they're burying them on the beach or something. I know one of them just actually got buried where it beached. I'll have to double check on that. You're trying to give me more homework. Let's see. What's his name? When it comes to explaining away the single largest ecological catastrophe in the country, the EPA and Ohio officials just can't seem to get their stories straight. Every explanation they offer is either a contradiction or a cover-up, and they refuse to test for the one thing that poses the greatest health hazard of all: dioxins. Dioxins are always created when chlorinated compounds are burned within a certain temperature range. They're also the most deadly chemical compounds known to humankind. They can be toxic at parts per quadrillion concentrations. Well, put that another way, it seems that they cause toxic effects on the human body at concentrations 100,000 times lower than where glyphosate begins to show toxicity. That's just an estimate. The real number could be 1 million times more. Yet the EPA and Ohio authorities all refuse to test for dioxins, or at least they refuse to release the test numbers publicly. I believe, no doubt, they already have their own secret dioxin test numbers, and they're panicked over those numbers, trying to figure out how to sweep this problem under the rug without having to face the reality of an evacuation order that may very well become necessary. The entire town of East Palestine may ultimately have to be condemned, razed, and decontaminated. Instead, the EPA right now is spreading the toxic waste across multiple states. Their recent effort to ship over 1 million gallons of toxic waste to Texas was stopped over the weekend, with the EPA now redirecting the toxic waste to Indiana and Ohio. And then there's the issue of the tens of thousands of farms downwind of the disaster. Those countless families who depend on those farms for their food and livelihoods. If there really was no dioxins to be found, the EPA should have already conducted tests, found nothing, and released the all-clear test results publicly. Why haven't they done that? He says, I believe it's obvious they're covering up the dioxin contamination nightmare for as long as possible. He shares some of the contradictions that are now emerging from the EPA and the Ohio government. Number one, why are we told by the EPA that vinyl chloride toxic ignition fallout fumes are perfectly safe to live with? This same EPA tells us carbon dioxide, which is of course necessary for all plant photosynthesis and rainforest growth, is a deadly pollutant. that threatens human civilization. Well, he's talking about the whole climate change narrative there because science, they say. Number 2, why are we told the toxic chemical runoff from the firefighting water sprayed on the chemical fire is so toxic that it has to be injected deep underground so that it will not surface for thousands of years? But also that the land and the water where all those chemicals rain down is now perfectly safe. Nothing to worry about. When it falls on your farm, it's safe. When it falls on the sidewalk, it's a deadly hazardous waste that has to be disposed by an EPA-licensed hazmat disposal company. Number 3, if the Texas-based hazmat waste disposal company, Texas Molecular, is already licensed to dispose of vinyl chloride, then why didn't the railroad just mop up the vinyl chloride and send it to Texas instead of setting it on fire, creating millions of gallons of contaminated firefighting water? That's kind of the question that Horse Feathers was explaining a few moments ago. I think that the one particular rail car that they burned off, and I don't know, did they ultimately burn all 3 of the vinyl chloride cars? I'm not certain about that. But it was going to burn one way or the other. Next, he says, why are both the EPA and state authorities completely unwilling to test the surrounding farms for dioxins? But they claim everything is safe enough for families, children, and pregnant women to return. Now, it very well could be that at some point children are born with birth defects, missing limbs. The EPA already knows this. Maybe they plan to Tiffany Dover all these deformed babies or call for post-birth abortions. I don't know. Number 5, why do people who already left East Palestine and were fine from their original exposure start getting sick again when they return to East Palestine? Breitbart News has been reporting on this, revealing how many people who feel better after leaving the area begin to experience those symptoms again when they return. Maybe it's something in the air. Every decision made by authorities about how to handle the chemicals had the result of spreading them, not containing them. I mean, you couldn't write a better script on how to spread toxic chemicals across multiple states. Running the toxic water to Texas and Indiana, unleashing a toxic cloud over multiple northeastern states. If containment was the actual goal, the EPA failed miserably. Now, he's got 2 more items. If East Palestine first responders had 1.8 million gallons of water to spray on the fire that officials ignited, then they also had enough water to put out the initial small fires that they claim placed the tanker cars at risk, which led them to emptying those cars, igniting the vinyl chloride. Now, he uses the word the initial small fires. I mean, if you saw the video, the morning I woke up, that would have been the Saturday morning after the Friday derailment. By no means was that a small fire that was burning there. There were multiple locations with, I called them pretty damn big fires. Lastly, we are told that they had to set fire to the vinyl chloride, which had been emptied from the rail tanker cars to prevent the risk of a tanker car explosion causing shrapnel injuries. But if the vinyl chloride was already emptied from the tanker cars, the shrapnel explosion risk would have already been eliminated. I don't think that that's a correct scenario that he shares there. That the tanker car was venting vinyl chloride, and when it was burning as it was venting, but it had not yet been emptied. They had to do some sort of a maneuver to actually puncture the car to release the fluid. Now, how they did that without the thing going airborne, I don't know. There's more questions than answers, if that makes sense. Yeah. He says, in other words, the moment the tanker cars were emptied of the chemical, there no longer would be justification for starting any fire at all. So why did they do it then? Likely somebody ordered them to do it. All right. What do you think? It is 844-844-3388. All right, got about a minute before news break. Top of the hour coming up here. State House pursuit in several states looking to put an end to the practices that force law enforcement officers to meet ticket quotas. I thought they had ended that years and years ago. There are still communities across the country that are able to generate revenue from different types of fines. In certain locales, fines account for a disproportionate amount of their local revenue generation. These municipalities have long been known as what we call speed traps. The National Motorist Association says that a speed trap exists whenever traffic enforcement is focused on extracting revenue from drivers rather than improving safety. We'll give you more on that coming up. First, we got to get to the top of the hour news break on the Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
This is USA News. I'm Julio Flores. Democrats are calling on the CEO of Norfolk Southern to testify before Congress following the toxic train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has asked the head of the rail company to answer questions on the disaster before a Senate panel, and he's yet to respond. Schumer said rail companies worked with the Trump administration to roll back safety standards while raking in large profits and laying off workers. The train derailment exposed the small community to hazardous chemicals. The Supreme Court is now hearing arguments in a case challenging President Biden's student debt relief program brought on by 2 borrowers.
Does the White House have the legal authority to cancel $400 billion in student loan debt? Deputy Press Secretary Olivia Dalton says yes.
We're confident in our legal authority, which is why we've taken the case all the way to the Supreme Court.
The justices hearing the arguments from both sides, with Nebraska Solicitor General James Campbell arguing on behalf of the 6 states suing the administration.
After many failed legislative efforts, the Secretary seeks to write off nearly $500 billion in loans for over 40 million borrowers. No statute authorizes this sweeping action.
A final decision may not come until June. I'm John Schaefer.
The U.S. Department of Energy is joining the FBI and suggesting COVID was leaked from a Chinese lab. The Energy Department says it has low confidence of the leak theory, while the FBI says it has more moderate confidence. COVID-19 is a result of a lab leak. Both agencies say there's still consensus this was not a Chinese bioweapon. Some outside agencies insist there's not a definite answer as to how the virus spread. Dead whales are washing up on the U.S. shores at an alarming rate. A new study from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration revealed 23 whales have washed up on the East Coast in the last 3 months. Another dead whale was spotted by the U.S. Coast Guard late Monday evening, although it's unclear where it might wash ashore. This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
There will soon be a new mayor of Chicago. Incumbent Democrat Lori Lightfoot conceded Tuesday in her bid for re-election. She said she congratulated Brandon Johnson and Paul Vallas, who are on a collision course to meet in a runoff election on April 4th. Johnson is a county board commissioner, and Vallas is a former public schools executive. Lightfoot became the first black woman to be elected mayor of Chicago back in 2019. A bipartisan House Select Committee on China is emphasizing that the U.S. needs to distinguish between the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese people. The committee met for the first time Tuesday to examine threats posed by the Chinese government. It was formed by Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy weeks before the Chinese surveillance object was seen over USA skies. The committee heard from H.R. McMaster, who served as a former President Trump's national security advisor. McMaster referred to the object as a metaphor for the massive effort at espionage. Vanessa Bryant is walking away with nearly $29 million after settling her remaining claims of Los Angeles County. They were over photos that members of law enforcement shared after the 2020 helicopter crash that killed her husband, Kobe Bryant, their daughter, Gianna, and several others. In a statement Tuesday, Bryant's lawyer said it marks the successful culmination of Ms. Bryant's courageous battle to hold accountable those who were engaged in this grotesque conduct. A co-plaintiff whose wife and daughter settled for nearly $20 million. I'm Julio Flores.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio.
We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
There you go, cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. So look at there. We conclude the month of February, March 1, the first day of March. Welcome into a new month. You know, the month when spring officially arrives. As you were saying, it doesn't necessarily mean winter is over for everybody. That's going to be the case for many as the week progresses here, second half of the week. Meanwhile, let's check in with the Rambler here on a Wednesday. What's happening? Mike.
Mike. What day is it?
Yeah.
What day is it? It's Hump Day. I love that. That commercial never gets old, man. Praise God, Steve. Thank you for taking my call, and hello, Overdrive Night Nation. My God, it's good to be on the phone with you. I'm feeling pretty good. You know, I made a post about my PET scan, and I tell you what, Jesus is still in the healing business today, man. I got a good report. Gosh, you're just got a little bit of plaque buildup on the main artery that runs through my body, so they want me to start taking 81 milligram aspirin a day. But they said, man, you know, I said, Brother Perry, you look good for a guy your age, and to be overweight as you are. You got the heart of a bull. And, man, that's what I want to hear, you know. So praise God, you know, unless by death or rapture, whichever one comes first, I plan on being here at least for a little while, Steve, to aggravate and annoy and preach the gospel to the sick, lost, and dying. So hallelujah for that, man. So we're getting ready for the Mid-America Truck Show coming up, right?
Yes, we are. Later this month, sure enough.
Well, have you got your supplies? I'm talking about your personal supply of nicotine pouches and nicotine gum, because you're definitely going to have it if you're going to get through it, Steve.
Sometimes it gets a little rough.
Especially whenever David Pappy Powell pulls in there, and you know he's got the wonderful scent of Marlboro mixed with marijuana smoke coming in there to shake your hand and give you a hug, you know. And I'm joking about the marijuana smoke, God's children. You know, this is an inside joke. I don't think Pappy really does that. But I know he likes to smoke this Coors or Marlboro, whichever brand he likes, and you know, and for someone who likes to smoke it, I think you've been smoking a pretty good little while, brother. And yeah, when you go about 4 or 5 hours, and you get someone that comes in there smelling like a chimney, you just want to embrace them more and just they look at you like, Steve, why are you sniffing me? Like, look, man, I gotta get my fix, you know. I ain't had a cigarette like 5 or 6 hours here. Can just bear with me, you know. But praise God, man. I know you're going to have a lot of swag to give up. And I want to tell y'all something. For those of you going to the Mid-America Truck Show, if you want some of the swag, there's a secret code. You got to go up to Steve Summers, grab him by the shoulders, look him eye to eye, and say, hot shot! Just like that. Say it, hot shot! Just like that. And you guarantee not only to scare him half to death, but probably get security called on you, but I'm pretty sure he will hand you plenty of swag just to get you away from him, you know? Kind of like, you remember, I don't know if you were a big fan of Seinfeld. I love Seinfeld, you know. One of my favorite shows on TV of all time. They had Judge Reinhold, actor Judge Reinhold, come on there and played Elaine's boyfriend, and he had this thing where he got too close to everybody's personal space, like right up in your face to talk to you, you know. So when you see Steve do that, then just get away, because you don't want to invade his personal space. And I guarantee you, he'll hand you lots of swag just for you to get away from him. But praise God, man. Ain't God so good? You know, I was listening to a while back, and the only place I could find it's on YouTube. Jerry Clower, Ain't God Good, where he gives his personal testimony. And you know, Jerry Clower comes from a broken home, and his father walked out on him. And you know, the characters that he tells, Marcel, Unel, WL, and the rest of the Ledbetter family, you know, the names have changed, but all those people were actual people. And Big Daddy, who raised him and his brother, Sonny, was actually who he refers to as Uncle Mercy. That was who we called Big Daddy. And that's who helped raise Jerry Clower and everything like that. So praise God, you know. Steve, we're talking about TV shows, and I know we may have some Star Wars fans out there. Do your grandkids, are they into the Star Wars, the Bad Batch, and like the Mandalorian?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Well, Mandalorian Season 3, Star Wars Day has let me know. Mandalorian Season 3 officially starts today at 2 a.m. Yeah. So we're going to get the continuation of the Mandalorian. I don't care too much for Disney, but that's the only reason we subscribe to Disney Plus, so we can watch the Mandalorian and the Bad Batch. And of course, you know, I grew up, you know, born in '76, grew up mainly, you know, 70s and 80s, grew up in the 80s, baby, mainly. So we grew up watching Star Wars, and so we're excited about that, man. So, but other than that, Steve, I tell you, just glad to get a good health report. You know, Jesus Christ is still in the healing business. I want to give a couple of shout-outs before I get off here to Philly Dan, love you, brother. Dipsy Driver, B-Do, the two-time Hall of Famer, Bull Hauling champion, Lauren Weiss, love you, my brother. Miss Millie, God bless you, sweetheart. We love you, too. Paulina Martha Jets. And now, a public service announcements. Gilligan, CVS, has buy one, get one free on Reese's eggs. I repeat, CVS Pharmacy, where I go get my meds, has buy one, get one free on Reese's eggs. Now you watch, in the little old town of Highview, West Virginia, ain't going to have no Reese's eggs at that CVS, because he's going to go in there and buy up every case he can. God, sure to listen to me. I love you. I pray for you. And remember this, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambo loves you, and I do. And God bless you, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. And good night. Be safe, everybody. God bless you.
All right. Thank you, as usual, for checking in there. Morning, senor.
Hello again. Yes, senor. Yeah, a couple of things before I went to my Wednesday wacky. You know, Buttigieg and, to an extent, Schumer are blaming this accident on Trump and his policies with the railroads. Now, the Washington Post, and I don't know if that's a good newspaper or not for conservative thought.
Yeah.
But it said that they had done an extensive study.
I remember you earlier when you checked in. We touched on that either in the first or the second hour, and
Okay.
the head, the chairperson of the National Transportation Safety Board, actually was on CNN, no less, that said it is unequivocally false. And then, yes, the Washington Post, which would be a left-leaning, typically would be defending this administration kind of paper, also said the fact check says nothing that Donald Trump or his administration did would have had anything to do with the derailment.
Well, I wonder why Schumer is continuing to state, this was Trump's fault. That's beyond. Well, I guess it's politics, and that's a crying damn shame. What's good for me ain't good for thee. Oh well, yeah. Like I said, I missed out on the first hour or so,
Correct.
I'm a little behind. But
the way it turned out with
uh,
on that emergency, what do they call it? The pneumatic braking system, whatever the technical term was, that was, I guess, implemented under the Obama administration. It was taken down during the Trump administration, but it was actually, Donald Trump himself didn't do it. It was the act of Congress that sent the rule back to be investigated. How much is the cost and this and that? And it failed that test, so they had to rescind it. And correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't Congress controlled by the Democrats when Trump was president?
the last 2 years, I believe so. The first 2 years, the Republicans didn't do a damn thing to help him out.
Correct.
So, right. So, yeah. Well, I don't know what to tell you on that, except it's just politics, and it's dirty politics. But this other thing with the forgiveness of student debt. Now, conventional wisdom would say, you know what? You knew what you were going to do when you went into it and applied for these loans. You have to pay it back. Now, if, and it may very well happen, if the Supreme Court says, yeah, he can go ahead and forgive the student debt, the student loans, or even forgive a portion.
Right.
Now that's a can of worms that would be getting opened up, because then everybody could say, well, I was affected in one form or another by the COVID. So can I get X amount knocked off on my car payment, or can my car just be paid off, the loan forgiven, or my house, or my business, or, whatever. I mean, rational thinking people would say that's far-fetched. But with politics and the leftist mindset, this could actually happen. So I hope and pray that the more educated and the more knowledgeable and the more sensible people in the Supreme Court will look at this and think of the ramifications if they say, yes, a president can do that. Forgive. So, I don't know. And it's awful funny how Janet Yellen was over there in Ukraine saying, yes, we got $100 billion already set up for you, and we got $250 billion more for the rebuild. Well, didn't she just say at the end of last year that they're going to have to, or earlier this year, that they had to do some extensive, extreme monetary.
That's underway right now. Extraordinary measures to keep our government up and running. That is right currently as we speak, until they raise the debt ceiling, which That's going to be another whole debate.
I hope they don't. I hope they don't. I mean, under Obama, our credit went from 3 stars or three rating to a 2 rating to a 2-star rating. You know, I don't think it went up under Trump, you know, even though he made us rich again, you know, supposedly, but I mean, we still had a deficit. And then with this idiot in charge, you know, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just tired of kicking that can down. It's going to hit. Someone's going to have to pay for it. And I think the sooner people realize, hey, this is some serious business here, and, you know, that we default, I think the sooner the better. But that's just me. I'm just a damned old truck driver, as the head of Dedicated of Snyder had told me one time. So anyways, if you don't mind, I'll end this with a little funny. A gypsy is walking down a farm road. It's dark. He's cold. He's tired. He walks up to the farmer's door and says, "Sir, if I were to do something for you, work my way, may I sleep in the barn and make my bed in the hay?" And the farmer says, "Son, no, you don't have to do that. We're going to put you inside the house. We're going to feed you something, and you're going to sleep in one of our beds, and you're going to be warm, because that's just the way we are out here." Next morning, the gypsy comes down, has a good breakfast, and he looks to the farmer and says, "Sir, I really need to repay you for your kindness." And the farmer's like, No, you're fine. You're fine. You don't have to do that." And the gypsy says, "Well, sir, I have a special ability where I can talk to the animals, converse with them, and understand what they're saying." And he says, "Maybe I can go into the barn and talk to your animals." And the farmer says, "Yep, well, go right ahead, knock yourself out," thinking the guy was a kook, but, you know, what the hey? Make him feel better, that's fine. So the old boy's in the barn for about 30 minutes, and he comes back and he says, "Sir, I've been talking to the horse, and he's not real happy. Apparently you've got a triangular bit in his mouth, and before you had a smooth oval bit for him. And he says every time he's pulling on the plow, that bit is really digging into his gums, and it's not helping him concentrate when he's pulling that plow." And the farmer's like, "Oh, you know what? You're right. I did. I had an oval bit, and I did just buy that triangular bit." And he says, "Well, thank you very much. I'm going to put that oval bit back in the horse's mouth, so he's not in discomfort." And then the gypsy said, "And I also talked to the cow. She said that you have a milking machine, and you upped it from 28 beats a minute to 32 beats a minute, and it's interfering with her milk production. And she's wondering if you could just knock it back to 28 beats per minute." And the farmer's like, "You're right. I did do that." He says, I will most definitely turn it back to 28 if it's causing her that much discomfort. I will do that." And finally, the gypsy says, "And then I talked to the sheep." And the farmer got up and says, "Don't you dare listen to them. They're nothing but a bunch of damn liars. Anything they say is false." So I'll go ahead and let you go with that.
I gotcha. Okay, you don't believe those lying sheep. Bunch of liars. See, U.S. Postal Service announcing this past day they plan to buy 9,250 Ford E-Transit battery electric vehicles starting later this year. And they're ordering more than 14,000 charging stations to be deployed at Postal Service facilities. U.S. Postal Service back in December said they would more than double their planned electric delivery vehicle purchases, planning to purchase at least 100,000 electric vehicles between now and 2028. Congress, back in August, gave the U.S. Postal Service $3 billion, part of the $430 billion climate bill, to buy electric vehicles and the charging infrastructure for said vehicles. All right, what do we got here? News break just around the corner. Philip in Florida. Looks like he's holding his cell this morning. Hillbilly is on board. And room for you at 844-844-3388. Well, for those of you who've been driving, moving that freight all around the country, you know, rush hour in any town can be a headache. Well, where have you experienced the worst rush hour traffic? TomTom did a study. Which cities around the country have the worst rush hour traffic in the United States? This is their 12th annual traffic index, measuring rush hour traffic in 389 cities, 56 countries, on 6 continents. But in the United States, the top 10 looks like this. Miami, Florida. 9, Pittsburgh, PA, followed by Philadelphia. Worst rush hour traffic. Number 7, Seattle, followed by Baltimore. Hey, for horse feathers, you can vouch for that, right? Into the top 5, Chicago at number 5. Boston at number 4. Number 3, San Francisco. Number 2, Washington, D.C. And the worst rush hour traffic in the USA, what do you think? What's it going to be? Are you thinking L.A.? Yeah, they're actually not in the top 10. New York City. New York City, number 1. Worst rush hour bottlenecks around the country. There you go. So, news break time as we roll into a Wednesday. Hey, Mike, first day of March. How about that? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Americans waiting to find out if the Supreme Court will allow student loan debt to be forgiven could be waiting until this summer for an answer. That's because a decision on the cases may not come until June. During oral arguments, U.S. Solicitor General Elizabeth Prelogar argued the Biden administration has the authority to cancel hundreds of billions of dollars in student debt. It states the government can provide relief during a national emergency, such as a COVID-19 pandemic. They also heard a case brought by 2 borrowers. The plaintiffs argue the Biden administration made arbitrary decisions about who would qualify for debt forgiveness and how much of their balance would be canceled. Vanessa Bryant is walking away with nearly $29 million after settling her remaining claims with Los Angeles County. They were over photos that members of law enforcement shared after the 2020 helicopter crash that killed her husband, Kobe Bryant, their daughter, Gianna, and several others. Julio Flores.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-309-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. And back to the calls we go at 844-844-3388. What do you say, Philip?
Oh, not much, man. Happy hump day.
There you go.
Dadgum cell phone's finally working today. Yesterday, I tried 7 times to get in. I couldn't get in because stupid cells.
Every time you'd get through, I'd see your name pop up, and then, boom, you were gone again.
Yeah, I just finally gave up, said the heck with it. I just move on. I listened to the show. That's about it. But there's one thing that surprises me about this train accident, Steve, and I've been working with monorail trains for almost 13 years now, and I know quite a bit about them and quite a bit about trains. But it always surprised me they didn't have suppression systems on the axles. We have them on monorails. I'm really surprised they never had them on regular trains. We have a suppression system that uses nitrogen and water. Now, my train's only 200 foot long. It's not as big as a freight train, but we use 60 gallons of water for that whole train. That's all we use, and that's not a lot when you look at a 200 foot vehicle. And we use it for suppressing the axles and also suppressing the cars in case we have a fire in a car. So, and we also use it for our brake calipers as well. So I'm really surprised they never thought up a suppression system. I know I was listening to Horse Feathers mention a lot about talking about water and cooling the car and whatnot like that. I think a lot of what's going on with the rail industry is, they want to keep the weight down in that car so they can put more product on it. to take it where it needs to go. Now, sure, you could thin the metal up. You know, if you thin the metal up, you're going to be causing, you could have a puncture or something go on that's a lot worse. But it also seems like to me with suppression systems, that adds weight to a train and that also takes away product. You know what I mean, Steve? So,
right.
I mean, I don't think anybody has really looked at that aspect of the industry. I know that the cargo side of trains is way behind. The passenger side of trains, I think there's a little bit more of that stuff going on with those as far as suppression and whatnot. But cargo trains are way behind the times, and I don't know if it's because they do it because of costs. I don't know if they do it, I'm pretty sure they're not trying to do it because of safety. But as far as hazmat goes, I've had the pleasure of hauling waste, and it's a business. It's just as lucrative as any other business. And believe it or not, a lot of Americans would freak out if they knew how much of that was actually in America. But it's part of the thing that we have to deal with when we haul the cargo that we haul. It's hazmat. I mean, it's just something we got to deal with. It's part of the deal. I mean, Steve, how many times have you heard issues about radioactive waste? There's one thing that really puzzles me about hazardous waste. They say it'll take 1,000 years for it to filter out. I don't think have we ever had anybody document that kind of stuff that's lived long enough to document that kind of stuff?
Right. Yeah, good question. Right. No?
I don't think we have. I mean, and a lot of people don't know this as well. But I talk about rockets all the time with you, and I talk about all that, Cape Kennedy and whatnot. Folks, there's a reason why Cape Kennedy is where it's at. It's not just because of the geographical location as far as putting a rocket into space. It's also the location of where it needs to be at because of the hazardous stuff that can happen when a rocket launches. And that's the thing too as well. When these guys put these tracks out in these rural areas, sometimes you've got to do what you've got to do to get a track through, but you can't always depend on the geographical location being in the right place to protect people. And I think that's something that the companies need to step up to as well. So, but that's all I got today, Steve. I'm glad to hear that cue ball's out there. I like FSC, and hey, buddy, I'm glad you got those stacks on that Peterbilt. That was a great series, buddy. I watched that. Tell Maggie I said hi, and and Rambler, I'm glad you're feeling better, Brother Perry, and I hope you get better. And that's all I got today, Steve. And I wanted to say before I go, I just wanted to tell my buddy Moose hi, and you guys have a great one. Thank you.
Have a good morning there, Philip. Thank you for checking in. And, unless things have changed, our Cruise 6 launch, I believe is scheduled for Thursday morning, 12:34 a.m., so about 30 minutes after the program begins. Again, we'll have to monitor that, and we'll try to bring it to you live. That's the mission that was scrubbed just about 2 minutes before launch earlier this week. Looking at a story that just came across from the Western Journal. Jonathan Jones, a headline, journalist makes scary discovery after following the creek from East Palestine to the Ohio River. Reporters discovered 3 deer deceased along the bank of a creek that runs south from East Palestine into the Ohio River. This was a discovery on Monday. Ben Burkham with Real America's Voice News announced the chilling discovery via a mobile phone video that was shared on Twitter. It's been more than 3 weeks after a Norfolk Southern train derailed in the community and spilled toxic chemicals through the area. Since the beginning of the ongoing ecological disaster, images of dead fish have been shared online. Similar cases of affected wildlife have also been documented. It's estimated 43,000 animals are dead. Now, in something he could not explain, he found 3 deer lifeless within yards of Little Beaver Creek. And all three deer were within yards of each other. He noted the animals showed no signs of any physical trauma and had more or less been left alone by other wildlife. Now, the video appears to have been taken roughly 15 miles downstream from East Palestine and just to the north of where Little Beaver Creek feeds into the Ohio River in Midland, Pennsylvania. He says, I did not find any evidence of chemicals in the water, but anecdotally, what he did discover is jarring. What is scary, and I can't say for sure if this is connected or is it just coincidence, but it's a very odd coincidence. 3 dead deer within 50 yards of each other. None of the eyes or other soft tissue on the animals had been touched by scavengers. Of course, it's not clear how long the deer had been there. He did ask the right question. Why am I the only one here? Now, he concluded he didn't want to speculate as to whether the deer that he encountered were poisoned by chemicals that are pouring into the Ohio River, which winds its way through the population centers, including the city of Cincinnati, hundreds of miles downstream. Government officials have stated no chemicals related to the derailment have been found in the Ohio River at levels that should concern anyone. Water officials in Cincinnati did announce last week they would stop taking in water from the river and use reserves out of an abundance of caution. There is no, as of right now, no way of knowing if the animals that Burkham discovered died due to anything related to the trail derailment, or if people should be worried. But the fact that there's so little trust in the government's response to the environmental nightmare is concerning, even if it's not at all surprising. President Biden and his administration are quite adept to creating new crises and mismanaging existing ones. Now, with that being noted, people living and working in the area have every reason to be on high alert and to view anything that they're being told with suspicion. The country does not have a government it can rely on to adequately handle complicated situations or to be honest with us about them. It's also tragic that we also have a national media no longer that we can trust to search for the answers on our behalf. Now, if we did, the banks of Little Beaver Creek would be crawling with reporters right now. Just a coincidence? I wonder if they would get wildlife officials to go get those carcasses and take them in for testing. What killed the deer? Questions we'd all like answers to, right? All right, plenty of room for you at 844-3388. Good morning, Hillbilly. What's happening?
Good morning. Oh, about the train wreck first. You talk about the EPA not testing the farmland and stuff, and if they ever do, and it comes back, it is contaminated. Think about all the billions of dollars Norfolk Southern will have to pay to clean all that up. Just makes you wonder if they did pay somebody for not going to test it and keep their bottom dollar low on the cleanup.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're talking about thousands and thousands of acres that smoke cloud covered, right?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, I shared a photograph here on my Facebook earlier, and I'm trying to find someone that was in a plane flying over, way up above the cloud level. Took video down from
on
that.
it.
Yes.
I seen that.
You see how massive that plume was in the sky there? How spread out it was?
It was huge and scary too. Like I said, I mean, as a farmer myself, I mean, it's not only replacing the farmland, but I want the people to be reimbursed for the money they lose because they're not able to raise crops until it's cleaned up and the soil replenished that they take out to clean. If I ain't mistaken.
That's just my thought on that.
I would just assume officials are going to go out there and they're going to take samples of farmland 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles away, and they're going to say there's no detected level of toxicity for anyone to be concerned with.
Right. Another thing I want to talk about is I posted a video on your website there and tagged you in it about wells washing the shore. I can't remember what year it is, but Oregon knows what not to do.
I remember that. I remember that video well. Yeah, when they tried to blow the damn thing up.
Oh, they did. They did blow it up. It just scattered well everywhere. But I mean, you need to go back and watch that video because it's hilarious. I'm like, okay, who thought it was a smart idea to blow it up?
It was raining blubber.
But it wasn't a small well either. I guess give them that. It's probably a 2-ton well. But, Steve, I'm about ready to go through the tunnel here, so y'all have a good day.
All right, thanks for joining us this morning, Hillbilly. You do the same. So what do we got here? All right, clear lines for the first time on a Wednesday. Hey, Mike. 844-844-3388. Yeah, kind of scary. The U.S. Air Force relieving 6 leaders, including 2 commanders, from their positions at a nuclear base in North Dakota due to a loss of confidence. Major General Andrew Gabara relieving the commanders of the 5th Mission Support Group and 5th Logistics Readiness Squadron at Minot Air Force Base on Monday. According to the press release from the Air Force, commanders relieved 4 other subordinate leaders. The 6 relieved of leadership positions due to a, quote, loss of confidence in their ability to complete assigned duties. These personnel actions were necessary to maintain the very high standards we demand of those units entrusted with supporting our nation's nuclear mission. Now, Minot Air Force Base, one of 3 nuclear bases in the U.S., it is shared by 2 units. The 5th Bomb Wing operates nuclear-capable B-52 Stratofortress bombers, and the 91st Missile Wing maintains an arsenal of 150 Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missiles. You know, some serious stuff, right? Base spokesperson confirmed to military.com that the relieved commanders were Colonel Gregory Mayer of the 5th Mission Support Group and Major Jonathan Welsh of the 5th Logistics Readiness Squadron. Welsh's unit was a component of Mayer's 5th Mission Support Group, both of which served to support B-52 pilots and the 5th Bomb Wing. An archived version of Mayer's now deleted biography stated that he had been commander of the 5th Mission Support Group since June. He'd been with the Air Force since being commissioned in 1999 through the ROTC at Texas A&M University, had deployed to Iraq, Kuwait, and Oman. Further details of Welsh's background not available, but the firing of 6 nuclear base leaders comes less than a month after the revelation that a retired Air Force intelligence officer admitted to illegally taking home hundreds of top secret and classified documents. I recall sharing that story, just a few weeks ago. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you much for hanging out with us through the late night, early morning hours. Of course, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. You'd be very surprised how quickly that gas begins to turn bad, turning foul. Sta-Bil storage, on the other hand, will keep that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. Be sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. I remember having the guys from Gold Eagle online. Oh, by the way, if you go to the website goldeagle.com, that's the parent company that manufactures Sta-Bil. You can save 15% off your entire order by using the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. But he was explaining that a lot of people, you'll cut your grass for the final time in the fall, put your lawnmower or your tractor in the garage or the shed, wherever you're going to store it, not having either emptied the tank or having fresh gas with Sta-Bil put into it. And he shared an example of pretty much what I do. I'll get a gas can, a couple of gallons of gas in the spring, and that'll be enough in most cases to get me through the summer because I don't have the big lawn, just got the push mower, and filled the tank up half dozen times. So if I've bought it, typically by the time fall rolls around, that gas has already been in that can for 5-6 months maybe. And then when springtime rolls around, it's sat in the can, and what gas was left in the motor, half tank, quarter tank, whatever it was. He said, people will say, my mower would fire up on the first pull. Last time I cut the grass in the fall, and they'll pull it out in the spring, and you'll see them out there yanking on that horde trying to get the thing started, and it'll spitter and sputter, and it'll start revving up and down, and I know exactly what he's talking about, the mower revving up and down, up and down. He said, that's the fuel. It's the bad fuel. Probably plugging up the injector or plugging up the carburetor. And if you had treated that fuel with Sta-Bil prior to storing that lawnmower or tractor for the winter months, and generators, of course, your generator, that's crucial. You want that to be fire up immediately. If your power goes out, if your generator's been out there for 6 months or 8 months, and you haven't treated that fuel, it may start, it may not start, it may start and sputter and run like crap. When the time comes when you do need it, make sure you're storing that thing the right way with Sta-Bil storage. There you go. I remember sharing the story a few weeks ago. Scientists telling us that the rotation of the Earth's core may be changing direction, which they say apparently does in cycles. It wouldn't be something that never happened before. Yeah, kind of along that line, scientists say they have harnessed powerful waves from earthquakes to measure Earth's innermost layer. And they find our planet's center is a 450-mile wide ball of solid iron-nickel alloy. Previously, many researchers believed the Earth had 4 distinct layers: the crust, the mantle, a liquid outer core, and solid inner core. But the past couple of decades, scientists have proposed that the inner core actually consists of 2 layers, referred to as the inner core and the innermost inner core. Now, in a published paper in the journal Nature Communications, last week, researchers looked at earthquake or seismic wave data from all over the world to measure this innermost inner core. When an earthquake strikes, it triggers waves of energies that move through rock. These waves move at different speeds based on the kind of minerals the rock is made of and whether the rock is more rigid or soft. Yeah, certain kinds of seismic waves cannot move through liquid, they say, so they bounce off a liquid layer. All right, with that, I look at the clock. We got to hit our news break, top of the hour. Clear lines at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. Chinese officials say the country has been open and transparent regarding questions on the origin of the COVID-19 pandemic. Chinese Foreign Minister spokesperson Mao Ning said that in response to recent comments made by the U.S. ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns, she wanted to point out that China has shared more data and research findings on the origin of COVID than any other country. Mao also denounced the U.S. for politicizing the issue and called on Burns to improve U.S.-China relations rather than the opposite. This comes in light of recent reports that the Energy Department and FBI suggested with varying levels of confidence that the COVID pandemic originated from a lab leak in Wuhan, China. President Biden's job approval rating is holding steady at 42%. Gallup reports that statistically unchanged from January's numbers. This also marks the fifth time his overall rating has fallen between 40 to 42%. The latest polling found 46% of Americans approve of his handling of Ukraine 1 year into the conflict, although less approve of his relations with Russia and China. Domestically, Biden's handling of the COVID pandemic remains high at 34%, and immigration at 33% remain weak. President Biden heads to Baltimore tonight for a political meeting with House Democrats.
With months before the debt ceiling debate comes to a head, Biden is laying out ways in which his administration has kept costs and government spending low, while arguing Republicans want to cut the safety net. In Virginia Beach yesterday, Biden argued that divisions among Republicans will make things harder for people who need government to work for them.
They want to eliminate a lot of health care coverage, those MAGA Republicans, increase costs for millions of Americans, and make deep cuts in programs that families and seniors depend on.
Biden will meet with Senate Democrats on the Hill tomorrow. In Washington, I'm Jared Rizzi.
This is USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to start the year right and keep that warm and cozy feeling going all winter long. Right now is the perfect time to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices, from incredible steaks, premium chicken, delicious pork to seafood. There's something for everyone, and every bite is backed by their 100% money-back guarantee. Visit omahasteaks.com today. Enter TREAT at checkout to get $30 off your order. Order with complete confidence today, knowing you're ordering the very best. Visit omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
Vanessa Bryant is walking away with nearly $29 million after settling her remaining claims with Los Angeles County. They were over photos that members of law enforcement shared after the 2020 helicopter crash that killed her husband, Kobe Bryant, their daughter, Gianna, and several others. In a statement Tuesday, Bryant's lawyer says it marks the successful culmination of Mrs. Bryant's courageous battle to hold accountable those who engaged in this grotesque conduct. A co-plaintiff, whose wife and daughter were also killed in the crash, settled for nearly $20 million. Kevin Durant is making his highly anticipated return to the court. The superstar forward will be making his debut for the Phoenix Suns tonight against the Charlotte Hornets at the Spectrum Center. Durant has been sidelined since suffering an MCL sprain on January 8th while playing for the Brooklyn Nets. The Seahawks might be looking at a quarterback with the 5th overall pick in April's NFL draft. Both general manager John Schneider and head coach Pete Carroll have said the team is exploring options with the pick they acquired from the Denver Broncos in the Russell Wilson trade. Seattle hasn't had a top 5 draft pick since 2009. The Lakers will be without LeBron James for at least 2 weeks. ESPN is reporting Los Angeles is planning to reassess the star forward in 2 weeks as he deals with a right foot injury. James was injured in the third quarter of Sunday's win over the Dallas Mavericks, but managed to play through the injury. The 38-year-old James will reportedly require multiple opinions on the right foot. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Michiganders dominate the super farms. Wisconsinites the limited pros. Pro stocks will trick from everywhere from the Old Line State to the Lone Star State, but there is also a hometown hero in that pack, ready to take the track in Shipshewana. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The 4th annual NTPA Shipshewana Spring Nationals is less than 3 weeks away on Friday and Saturday, March 17th and 18th at the Michiana Event Center in Shipshewana, Indiana. This week, the NTPA released the list of 63 vehicles that have been committed to appear at this event. As you'll hear on the list to follow, Shipshewana competitors originate from all across the Midwest and probably from a town near where you're listening right now. Invited Super Farm tractors include Ryan Anderson of Hoopeston, Illinois, and Checkin' Out, Jason Benser of Edwardsburg, Michigan, and Plastic Money, Lee Butts of Fairgrove, Michigan, and Press On, Charlie and Nick Capozzo from Richmond, Michigan, and Cruel Intentions, Greg and Rust Freeze from Manchester, Tennessee, and Deer Tracks, Shane Maston from Niles, Michigan, and Thumpin' Pumpkin, Gary Shavink from Reedsburg, Wisconsin, and New Attitude, Tony Sietzma from Allendale, Michigan, and the Wolverine Deer, John Silsby from Union City, Michigan, and Crop Doctor, Stan Warda from Berrien Springs, Michigan, and Hammer and Hank, Chris Weidinger from Reedtown, Ohio, and J.D. Hogg, and Dave Whelan from Tipton, Michigan, and My Last Excuse. Invited 4.1 limited pro stock tractors include Jeff Ball of Lancaster, Wisconsin, and Dr. Deere, Garrett Boldry of Rochester, Indiana, and Smoke Fever, Jamie Campbell of Rossburg, Ohio, and Green Impact, Isaac Conway from Bram, Minnesota, and Operation Detonation, Bill Figgenbaum from Tripola, Iowa, and Instigator, James Geezy from Alma Center, Wisconsin, and Hicktown Hurricane, Dean Liskey from La Center, Minnesota, and Killin' Time, Chris Lear from Reedtown, Wisconsin, and Badger Deer, Colin Lear from Reedtown, Wisconsin, and Darien Deer, John Lichty from Bern, Indiana, and Rush Hour, Kevin Lindstrom from Ellsworth, Wisconsin, and Hyper Harvester, Doug McKinley from Winnemac, Indiana, and Night Train, and Patrick Payne from Finger, Tennessee, and Bad to the Bone. Invited pro stock tractors include Tim Ammons from Hagerstown, Maryland, and the Ultimate Harvester, Tim Kane from New Palestine, Indiana, and the Red Gambler, Esden Lemke from Helenville, Wisconsin, and New Generation Plus, Robbie Lemke from Helenville, Wisconsin, and Straight Outta Line, John Link from Hereford, Texas, and Revelation Pro, Rhett Parrish from Marion, Kentucky, and El Nino, Jason Rowan from Farley, Iowa, and Instigator, and also the John Deere 8370R. Henry Smith from Blissfield, Michigan, and Radical Red. Travis Weilman from Edgerton, Wisconsin, and Die Hard Deer. Steve Wishmeyer from Seymour, Indiana, and Barely Getting By, and also Whiskey Wild. And Russ Yoder from Topeka, Indiana, and Extra Butter. We'll list the 25 remaining pullers from the ranks of the Hot Farm Tractors and Stainless Diesel Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 trucks in next week's report. Notable names mentioned thus far include 4 past or defending Grand National champions in Super Farm and 2 more in Pro Stocks. And the popcorn magnet from just down State Route 5, Russ Yoder, will bring his bright yellow Minneapolis Moline G1355, which resembles a big block of butter, to the delight of friends and fans alike. Tickets for the NTPA Shipshewana Spring Nationals are on sale now at shopntpa.com, and the entire event will be streamed at ntpa.tv. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, thank you so much, John Dunlap. Who wants to check out the NTPA tractor pulls? They're in Louisville, Mid-America Truck Show, yes. About an hour after the show concludes there, maybe 2 hours. Saturday afternoon, truck and tractor pull indoors at Freedom Hall there. Tickets for that went on sale either, was it Monday or Tuesday this week? So should be good seats available. People always get, they sell from the front to the back. Everybody jumps on those, want to get up close and personal with all the action. So if you're registered to attend the Mid-America Truck Show, tickets again available now. Now, yesterday was the final day for free early registration. And starting today, if you can still register online, but I believe it's $20 this year. Yeah, that's the new pricing scheme. I mean, for many, many, many years, it was just $10, you know, but yeah, $20, that ain't bad in this day and age. Everything goes up in price, right? All right, obviously this would be who Rambler was discussing a couple nights ago. He didn't mention any names, but he shared with the audience one of our dedicated listeners to the program. Wife had been diagnosed with breast cancer. And I assume it's safe to share because he posted on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive fan page here just a few hours ago. I mean, surprise, surprise. Wow. I mean, life kind of blindsides you from time to time. It's our old pal Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, who says, "Howdy, everyone. I was planning on a surprise visit to the Mid-America Truck Show to meet a lot of you in person. However, plans change. My beautiful blonde bombshell wife, Deanna, has been diagnosed with breast cancer. That battle will take priority for the foreseeable future, no doubt. We are surrendered believers in Jesus and his mighty power. So we have a lot of peace in this situation. Those of you who are so inclined that would like to pray for this situation, it would indeed be much appreciated. Thanks for being a friend and welcoming me into the Overnight Drive family." And again, so he just posted that here a few hours ago. Well, I hate to hear that, but in this day and age, I know personally numerous friends who have been diagnosed and beat it. It's not the death sentence like some other cancers, especially in this day and age, might be. So obviously, it's not a fun process, but it can be beat. So prayers for Lauren Weiss, Lauren and Deanna there. Wow. All right, I guess that is a serious note. But on another note, 5'7", who hadn't checked in yet this week, has he? I know he took his wife to the doctor there on Monday. Not sure if he's back out on the road or not. So nobody's talking about the Hunter laptop. That may change again in short order. It seems like every time that story starts making the news, something crazy happens. Release the balloon, the Chinese spy balloon. Yeah, maybe it's time to release another Chinese spy balloon. The top congressional investigator, Representative Darrell Issa of California, is calling for the whistleblowers to come forward after the arrest of an Israeli think tank executive who allegedly served with Hunter Biden as an advisor to a Chinese energy company and claims to have documents detailing financial links between President Joe Biden and the company. Gal Luft, G-A-L-L-U-F-T, Gal Luft, co-director of the D.C.-based Institute for the Analysis of Global Security and Specialty in Energy Security and U.S.-China Relations, was arrested in Cyprus on an Interpol arrest warrant on suspicion of arms trafficking to Libya and China, according to the Israeli news outlet Ynet. According to Luft, this arrest, he says, is political revenge for bringing the FBI incriminating information ahead of the 2020 election about Joe Biden's ties to his family's business with the Chinese energy company. My only sin is that in March of 2019, before the U.S. presidential elections, I brought to the FBI incriminating information about the business of U.S. President Joe Biden's family with China and about a corruption case at the top of the FBI. Israeli intelligence, international criminal, and civil rights lawyer who is representing Luft tells the Jerusalem Post his client has information that would bury Hunter Biden and shift attention toward the president himself. He knows a lot of information on Hunter. Yeah, the Congress only recently began to investigate Hunter's case, and Gal's testimony, if he's allowed to testify, will bury Hunter Biden. All I can say is this guy better be in some super top secret secure location, because in very short order he may just hang himself, if you know what I mean, that sort of thing. Even more so, his testimony will shift the attention toward the president himself. Zavin refused to provide documentation to support his claims when contacted by Breitbart News. He also declined to provide comment. Now, following the report on Luft's case, Representative Issa told Breitbart he encourages any whistleblowers with information that would advance congressional investigations into the Biden family's business scheme and Department of Justice malfeasance to come forward. One never knows where whistleblowers, concerned individuals, and the critical information they provide will be found next. But we must be ready, especially as we uncover more and more Biden family corruption. We must be prepared to receive evidence that advances the cause of accountability and oversight. Now, Issa is the one that actually held Attorney General then Eric Holder in contempt of Congress in 2012. Yeah, the first time in history that such a punitive measure had been taken against an attorney general. He now sits on the House Judiciary Committee and the Select Subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government. Now, just based on the report, which not substantiated or documented yet, it sounds like more potential top levels of FBI that buried information about the Bidens. Now, Congressman Issa has displayed eagerness to investigate election interference in regard to the suppression of information on Biden family business entanglements. He has sent preservation of document notices last March to 12 individuals involved in the censorship of the New York Post reporting on the laptop from hell. Now, the Oversight Committee tells Breitbart it is aware of Luft's allegations, and they will make contact with his lawyer, and we will be in touch with that attorney soon. Yeah, in recent days, a number of Biden family associates have been reported to be cooperating with House investigators as polling shows a further drift in sentiment away from the president's family and its business dealings. Kathy Chung, President Biden's former primary gatekeeper, has agreed to partially comply with the Oversight Committee's probe into the classified document scandal and the Biden family's international business schemes. Chung's lawyer told CNN she will hand over some requested documents and sit in for an interview with that committee. Hunter Biden's top financial lieutenant, Eric Sherwin, is also expected to soon provide documents to the Oversight Committee investigation of the Biden family, according to a spokesperson for the committee who also spoke to Breitbart News. With that, it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, 21 past the hour. Hey, Hillbilly back on board. What you got, Hillbilly?
What's going on, Steve?
Oh, it's the other Hillbilly. It's Hillbilly Tex. What's going on, Tex? It just says Hillbilly. Hey there.
Hey, first thing, Steve, I'm going to send my prayers out to Lauren Weiss and his wife.
Yes.
That's a bad thing to go through. My ex-wife went through it about 25 years ago, and it was a bad road to hoe in our family for a while, but old Hag's still a living, so it can be beat.
Obviously, no love lost there, huh?
Ain't no doubt about that. Everybody talking about this train wreck up yonder. Now, Steve, Ohio Wildlife ought to have done had them 3 deer sitting on the autopsy table, figuring out what killed them.
That's what
You know
I'm
what I
thinking.
mean?
Absolutely. I'm sure the reporter released the video, but surely he went back and informed them. Because he was like 15 miles downstream, but I'm thinking he should have, documented or maybe tried to GPS a snapshot of where he was to direct them right to where he was.
Right. Well, now, Steve, back in 2008, I don't know if you remembered or not, but 2008 over here at Philadelphia, Tennessee, just right down the road from me here, a little piece, TVA had a coal ash reserve pond bust, and I think there was 50 of them workers cleaning that up that died, and they is having illnesses and sicknesses and birth defects and everything, so, I mean, we got to stay on the government to get that deal up there attended to, you know what I mean? Now another thing is, they gonna keep trying to go to that moon, and them spooks ain't gonna let them get off up there. They've been trying for 60 years.
Well, this one's just going to the space station, Tex. You're not going to the moon. They're just going to the station.
Oh, yeah, they done got scared to go to that moon. But anyway, like I say, I don't know about this coal ash spill down here. I don't know if they ever got the land cleared up or what, but they still having effects, people sick and everything.
I see that. Yeah, I'm looking at the story from National Geographic. Yeah, the dark side of the. Yeah, that was 2008, and that said workers workers who cleaned that spill up are still suffering and dying.
Exactly right. Yes, sir. That's right. So I didn't know if y'all remembered that or not, but and then that little fire the other day kind of had us worried over here at Oak Ridge. You know, that just up the road a little bit, and that kind of had us worried a little bit. But they got her snuffed out pretty quick. And but anyway, Steve, prayers to Lord and His wife, and I'm going to put them on the prayer list over to the church this morning when everybody wakes up. And good talking to you. Everybody have a good night.
All right, thanks for checking in there. Hillbilly Tex, have a good morning. There you go. All right. I'm looking at the story. Yeah, I mean, 10 years to the day after the initial ruptured, the dike that ruptured in the big spill. Something like 150 of the cleanup workers gathered to commemorate the date, but actually planted a cross at the location which they worked to clean up because so many of their co-workers who had died from the likes of brain cancer. Wow. See if I can get to the rest of the story. Yeah, about 150 of the workers who actually cleaned up the spill gathered at the site, which is now a park and hiking trails, a boat ramp, and ball fields. Yeah, standing in blue jeans and work boots near the homemade wooden cross, commemorating a different aspect of the cleanup. The 36 co-workers who've died from brain cancer, lung cancer, leukemia, and other diseases. Some of the survivors walking with canes, most bearing blisters from the arsenic buried in their skin, nearly all of them carrying inhalers in their pocket. The TVA ad did not mention them. What a story. More than 200 cleanup workers and family members are now suing TVA's main contractor, Jacobs Engineering, for refusing to provide them with protective equipment and for causing their debilitating and, in some cases, deadly diseases. They won the first phase of the trial. This is a couple of years ago. And a federal jury agreed that Jacobs had failed to protect them and that exposure to the coal ash could indeed have caused their illnesses. While the world focuses on coal's carbon dioxide emissions, which are a leading driver of climate change, the Kingston spill and the aftermath highlight a far more immediate problem. What to do with the millions of tons of coal ash piled up at 1,400 unlined landfills and ponds all over the country? It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. A Disney superfan has made the Guinness World Record by visiting the California theme park just under 3,000 times in a row. Jeff Ritz started the idea as a joke in 2012, visiting Disneyland daily for over 8 years. The park made the 50-year-old an honorary citizen after his first year of visits. According to TMZ, Ritz became known around Disneyland, with cast members even wanting to take photos with him. He hoped to actually reach the 3,000 mark, but was cut short in 2020 when the park closed due to COVID. Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania writer Jeff Loveness says he was surprised by the bad reviews the film has received. Speaking to the Daily Beast, Loveness said he was in a pretty low spot from the bad reception the film had been getting. The screenwriter said he's really proud of what he's wrote for Jonathan Majors, who plays the villain King the Conqueror, and also what he wrote for Michelle Pfeiffer's character Janet Pym. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, it's all fun and games till you get caught, right? Everybody loves making money. You got to do it the right way. These guys are facing maybe the rest of their lives in jail. Yeah, 5 individuals, including 2 UPS Incorporated employees, arrested on charges of conspiracy to possess with intent to distribute cocaine using the company's packages and possession with intent to distribute the drug, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Texas. Among those arrested, according to the multi-count indictment unsealed, 49-year-old Orlando Almanza, 51-year-old Fidencio Salinas Jr., both of whom worked for the Atlanta-based company in unspecified roles. Both were scheduled to appear in court on Monday, but on multiple occasions between March 24th and October 3 of last year, the 5 individuals knowingly conspired to transport cocaine through UPS packages. They list the others. A 5th individual stored the cocaine at his residence prior to transport. Ultimately, law enforcement seized about 60 kilos of the cocaine these individuals allegedly trafficked. If convicted, the defendants all face up to life in prison and a possible $10 million fine. UPS did issue a statement saying they're aware of the incident. We are cooperating with the investigation. That's all they had to say. All right. Hey, Mike. Yes, it is. Hump day. Happy hump day. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. We're expected to head up to 63 degrees in Fort Wayne today, 49 there in Sterling Heights. Let's do our thing. Ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and back again. Stay safe out there today from Truckin' Phil. All right, Semper Fi, good to have you on board. There's Steve as well this morning. Morning, Mr. Summers, all the listeners out there. By day's end, we'll be halfway through the week. Start looking forward to that weekend again. Coffee's hot, car's warmed up, time to head into town. Got a trip to Indianapolis in store for the upcoming day. Looks like we'll have nice weather in central Ohio. Everybody enjoy. There you go. Thank you so much. Safe journey, safe travels. I look at my screen. You know what it says on my screen? It says, "You ugly."
You ugly.
That's what it says. That's what it
say
says.
that about you there. Hey, I don't know, Steve. That computer has some trouble understanding me.
Yes, it does.
But, well, then again, my wife does too. At least that's what she claims. At least she doesn't listen or something to that effect. You know how that goes. Hey, I want to do a special shout out to that two-time world champion bullhauler, Lauren Weiss. Hey, we'll be praying for you and your family, your wife. I'm sorry to hear about that. He gave me a little bit of word on it. There was something going on. He didn't go into details before he announced it, guys. I was afraid it was something bad. It's some bad stuff. I lost a very dear friend about 20 years ago to breast cancer, but I've also known people that survived cancer. I knew a lady years ago that also survived breast cancer. Yes, that you hear the big C word, you automatically assume it's death, but no, it's not by any stretch. There's a lot of people survive cancer these days. Yes, I wish they could find better treatments for it, but more and more research, it seems to be doing better. But, like horse feathers brought up too, you wonder about the money too. How much money's being made off of it too. I'd hate to think that's the case, but maybe there is something to it. I'm afraid there is, but I hope it's not.
Right.
But that's my opinion, just my opinion alone. I heard there in the news that now once again, this Darren Biden is here saying about how the Republicans want to cut benefits to the families and the seniors and all this. It's the same old playbook. If you want to have some financial responsibility, you're out to harm the children. You're trying to kill the children. You're trying to starve the seniors and all this. How do we combat this, Steve? I would love to know. Because
all right, well, let's see. Hold that thought there, Gilligan, because phones did their little thing first time this morning. Ready to connect. Yeah, well, let's do that. Meanwhile, all right, it's 844-844-3388 while things dial back in. He'll probably still be talking when I come back. Probably didn't even know he got disconnected.
Audio recording is on.
Too long ago, he's worried about my Social Security. Yep. I lose you, Steve.
Well, you did for about 30, 40 seconds, something like that. I had to dial back. I said, we'll probably come back. He'll still be talking. I had no idea we weren't connected.
I'm good for that one, too. Just ask my wife. She'll tell you. She'll meet you at the truck show.
Okay.
Yeah. She'll be with me. Unfortunately, Bolt's not going to make it. She has to work, so. Yeah, but I'd like to how to combat this with Biden and this bit about how Republicans are trying to take away the benefits for the families and the elderly. It's such BS. I mean, they constantly use that playbook. I don't get it. And it's like, if there's any financial responsibility, what the financial responsibility, that's the first thing that comes out of their mouth. They're trying to starve the children. They're trying to kill grandma. You remember years ago when they run the commercials about Bush pushing the old woman off the cliff in a wheelchair?
Right.
Remember that?
Yep.
You know, and they talked about Reagan. It was like he was out there stealing from the homeless shelter, stealing beans and going back to the White House and eating them. You know, it's almost to that point. And people just keep falling for it. I know they want that protection. They want the protection of government. That's why they fell for this COVID. That you got to wear a mask. You got to wear this. Got to wear the gloves. You can't go out. You can't do anything. You know, we got to shut us down in our homes. Then you got to wear 2 masks. Well, it's like horse feathers brought up. I think it was last night. In the beginning, they said the mask wouldn't work. Then they had to wear a mask. I'm at a loss. I've got a very good friend. I mean, man would do anything in the world for me. And he's of that mindset. And I don't know how to get through to him. You know, I guess there's no way to get through to these people.
Well, if they're a viewer, you know, where does he get his news? Like CNN, MSNBC? Where does he get his news?
MSNBC.
There you go.
MSNBC.
That's the answer.
Exactly. Yep. And I'm trying to get him to watch other news outlets. Oh, no. I get mine. I know what I know.
Mm-hmm.
I know what I know. You know, it's like, well, he tried to tell me that I've got that Dodge Challenger I bought about the same time you bought your Subaru. He swears up and down they got V8 engines in them, all of them. Mine's a V6. I went out there and popped the hood on it and showed him, and I still don't think he believes it. You can't find the spark plug.
You got a couple of hidden spark plugs in there somewhere.
Yeah, well, you couldn't. Well, it's got all that stuff on top of the engine. You can't really get where you see the spark plugs. But there it's written right on top of what the fuel injection air cleaner's underneath of it, 3.6 liter. You know, so I look at it this way. That car's got 305 horsepower, even with a V6 in it. That's all I need. I thought about buying one of the last of the big blocks, and it's like, I don't want to go into debt for $50,000. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
That's what they run. Even the small block ones are over 40. You know, and it's like, it's crazy. You know, but it is what it is. Well, that's about all I got for tonight, Steve, and I thank you for having me on the air. Take care.
All right, thank you very much. I'm trying to remember years and years ago. Well, what was one of the first sugar substitute, the artificial sweet? Was it saccharin? Was that the one that I believe saccharin was the one that ultimately it turned out to be mighty bad for you, right? If memory serves. Now, Braindead was talking about this earlier. Again, I had seen a headline about this artificial sweetener that elevates the risk of heart attack and stroke. I wasn't familiar with it, but I just came across more info. which they say it is a widely used artificial sweetener linked to an increased risk of stroke and heart attacks. And they're saying the degree of it's not a modest risk. Oh God, this is apparently some pretty bad stuff. Erythritol, ERYTHRITOL, erythritol is a sweetener used in stevia, monk fruit, and keto-reduced sugar products. It also is a risk for many populations, according to the Director of Cardiovascular Diagnostics and Prevention at the Cleveland Clinic, lead author of the study. Now, again, he said the degree of risk was not moderate. He said those with heart disease risk factors like diabetes are in the most danger if you have high levels of erythritol in your blood. If your blood level was in the top 25% compared to the bottom 25%, there was about a twofold higher risk for heart attack and stroke. That's on par with the strongest cardiac risk factors like diabetes. Now, this is widely used by food companies as a sugar substitute, he explains. It has become the sweetheart of the food industry, an extremely popular additive to keto and other low-carb products and foods marketed to people with diabetes. Some of the diabetes-labeled foods we looked at had more erythritol than any other item by weight. Now, the risk to health may not be fully understood. According to the study, artificial sweeteners are widely used sugar substitute, but little is known about the long-term effects on cardiometabolic disease risks. Our findings reveal that erythritol is both associated with an incident MACE, M-A-C-E, major adverse cardiovascular events risk, and fosters enhanced thrombosis. Studies assessing the long-term safety are indeed warranted, he said. He also said that erythritol was linked to an increased blood clotting. The danger of clots in blood vessels is that they can trigger a heart attack or stroke. That certainly sounds an alarm. Now, let's see. There appears to be a clotting risk from the use of erythritol. Obviously, more research is needed. But in an abundance of caution, it makes sense to limit erythritol in your diet for now. And Dr. Hazen agreed for people who are at risk for clotting, heart attack, or stroke, people with existing cardiac disease, people with diabetes, I think there's sufficient data here to stay away from erythritol until more studies are done. Isn't that amazing how things like this, it's authorized, it gets on the market, and years later you find out, hell, it's killing you. All right, we'll come back here in two and headed down the home stretch on a Wednesday. Hey, Mike, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, thank you much. Let me see here. I believe Eagle had some final comments as well. What you got, Eagle?
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I'm back on the road. I can't believe I actually woke up early this morning. I'm driving right now. I'm a solar powered driver. I don't drive at night too much, but I'm trying to get on down to Florida. But I wanted to ask you, Steve. You listed out some of the states. You say that they got this police operation going on around the U.S. I forgot you said it after my phone call. Well, is Florida one of those states? Is Florida and Alabama? Because I'm gonna be driving in Alabama to Florida today. Are those two of the states where the police is gonna be at today?
Yeah, I think Florida, Georgia. I think all of them were in the mix here. I'm trying to pull it back up here real quick.
Yeah, check and see if Alabama is on that list, because I'm going to be driving to Alabama too.
Okay, I can't remember where I had the story. Where did I put that? I think I just cleaned out my box here. I know Florida.
It was early in the show, like first or second hour, so you might not have it up right now because it was real early when you said it. But I was wondering if Alabama and Florida. You said Florida was definitely on that list.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, yeah, Florida, they always have a lot of state patrols anyway, so I definitely got to be careful when I'm riding in Florida today, because I definitely don't want to get no traffic violations in Florida, because this ticket's expensive there. Down in Florida, they got a lot of people that's going on. I don't know when they start spring break up there in Ohio, where you at, these college kids and stuff. They usually this time of year in March, there's a lot of people from Ohio and Michigan and Indiana going down into Florida, so I'm not sure if it's going to be a lot of those people headed to Florida right now either. Yeah, you guys haven't started spring break up north there, have you?
I think this upcoming weekend does begin for a lot of places. It gets underway.
Yeah.
I found the story. I found the story here, Eagle. Yeah, Alabama, Georgia, all three of them. Alabama, Georgia, Florida, they're all on the list. Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina, yep, all of them.
Oh, so it's mainly the southern states. I think you said it was like 13 or 14 states they was police supposed to be in.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it seemed like it's mainly the southern places then. Okay, I appreciate you letting me know that, because I didn't even know about it until I heard you say it on the radio. So I definitely got to be driving real careful today when I'm in Alabama and Florida, and then I definitely don't want to get no tickets, no violations. Okay, well, I appreciate you letting me know that. See, that's what I want to know. Okay, I appreciate your help, and I'll call you back tomorrow. Thank
All
you.
right, have a good night. Safe travels there. Getting that early start here for the first day of March. Well, Mayor Pete. Well, he's no longer Mayor Pete. Pete Buttigieg. He got some bad news, and it had nothing to do with the train derailment this past day. He's flown around America on the taxpayers' expense, but maybe not always for the benefit of those to whom he is accountable. The Transportation Department internal watchdog announcing they're going to audit Buttigieg in an effort to determine whether the frequent flyer has been using government planes to satisfy his private whims when cheaper alternatives were available. This investigation is a result of efforts by Senator Marco Rubio to determine whether Buttigieg has been flagrantly flaunting the rules for use of the Federal Aviation Administration planes. He noted he'd been alerted to the potential of abuse by a December 12th Fox News report. The Office of Inspector General announcing they would be conducting an audit to determine whether the Office of the Secretary complied with federal regulations, policies, and procedures regarding executive travel on Department of Transportation aircraft. Now, I've seen several of the previous reports. Buttigieg, who's long decried the impact of oil and gas, has burned up a significant amount of fuel and cash crisscrossing the country using private jets. Let's see. In one instance, he used a private jet to fly to Canada, where extra to attending an International Civil Aviation Organization conference, he also attended the LGBTQ activist event to accept an award for his contributions to the advancement of LGBTQ rights. Now, the FAA charges federal agencies roughly $5,000 an hour to fly using their fleet. A large amount, more than a $200 domestic ticket flight. The idea is he's taking trips where commercial flights would be available. The DOT also alleged that 119 of the 138 trips Buttigieg has reportedly taken since being sworn in have been on commercial airlines. So I guess he's going to try to say he's not, the investigation has to take place, obviously. But there have been others in the government that have resigned for these sort of accusations. Past government officials. You remember Tom Price? He served as the Secretary of Health and Human Services under Trump. He stepped down after his excessive use cost more than $1 million and wasted hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars. All right, final moments here. One last reminder, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, anything that may be setting around for an extended period of time with gas in it. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in the fuel system. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And with that, we'll close it out here on a Wednesday, hump day, as we like to refer to it. So, first day of March. Enjoy your day. Safe travels out there. See you back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. Join us for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. it's better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah,